give me one quick moment. I'm surprised there was no sound. Okay. All right, there we go. Let me know if you guys can hear me. If you can, we're good to go. If you can't, well, I'll be awkward. Is everything plugged in? Looks like it. Yep, you should be getting sound now. You can hear? Perfect. Okay, let me start that again. I don't actually need to start over. Anyway, what I was saying was, I played a little bit of this last night, so instead of just starting from where I was, I'm just gonna restart so you guys can pretty much get caught up. I was feeling a little bit sick today, so my apologies that I didn't do Yomawari 2 tonight. Seems some people are getting on my ass about that. Thanks. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Right. So, Chaos Child is a standalone title. You don't actually need to read Chaos Head, which is the story ahead of this. Before this. Yeah, before this. It's a mystery, thriller, horror visual novel. There we go. I feel a little bit better. I was feeling kind of dehydrated, in honesty. But yeah, if you could help us out, I'd appreciate it if you just retweet that link right there. Gonna test out a few things. Hang on. Then why is the first episode of the anime a compressed recap of Chaos Head? It's because of how this event right here that you're seeing is what interlinks the Chaos Head original story and Chaos Child. Also, the murders in Chaos Head are very similar to the murders in Chaos Child. So there's that kind of connection there. I barely remember Chaos Head, but from the looks of it, and from what I read in other reviews, you don't necessarily need the prequel. I want to see if that's true or not. We'll see. It's kind of like... It might be like how you can appreciate more of Nier Automata if you played like Nier on the PS3. But let's not talk about the Chaos Head or Chaos Child anime. I don't know of a single adaptation that was worse than either of those. I struggle to name of a visual novel that had a worse adaptation than Chaos Head or Chaos Child. But I hear that mythical Tsukihime adaptation might be something like that. Oh, man. Chaos Child Syndrome, okay. I'm still trying to settle in for a bit. Luckily, I don't have to pay attention too much right now because I read this last night already. Ah, man. Yeah, so I'm not really sure how much commentary I'm going to be doing for this. I'm trying to figure out what's the correct amount of focus I want to give to the stream compared to how much I'm focusing on the game. For something like a visual novel, unless it's specifically really good for stream interactions, I usually prefer to read them alone. Oddly enough, most of the visual novels we've done on FinestKO have ended up pretty well as a stream game. I'm not sure if that's because of how I presented it, with like awkward gimmicks, or if that's just the nature of how those VNs just ended up being. Although, on the bright side, from what I've seen of Chaos Child, I would say it's a way... I mean, that's a little bit too much to say. It has some aspects of it that would make it more entertaining as a stream game compared to, say, some other visual novels, but even then, I'm still kind of wondering about that. I did not complete Yomawari. And the subtext is always kind of awkward. I forgot what the subtext was for Steins Gate. In fact, I have Steins Gate 0 in front of me. Let me take a look. Those texts, that text is really small. I can't read that. There is no end, though there... I guess is a start is what it's saying here. It has own power, it ruins, and it goes... Okay, that's somewhat funky English. The fish that lives in the sea doesn't know the world in the land. That's fine. It's something gains and goes if they have wisdom. Okay, that's questionable. Yeah, so it's funky English.
はい。ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで適当によろです。
Haruko.
Yoshi.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable price. Shibuya, right? So Tokyo. No, wait, no. Shibuya is the pop-in place that was the center of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I remember. Okay, there we go. That's also that famous tower, or that building that you saw at the beginning. Yeah, okay, that makes sense now. I remember. Hey Mitsuka, how you doing?
Okay,
let me see if this is still up. Yeah, it doesn't show up if you've already seen it. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, the choice system in Chaos Child's interesting. When I get there, I'll show you. I didn't get too far in this last night. Most of the time, I was just testing the computer, making sure everything was good to go. If anything does come up though, like I don't know, stream stuttering or audio delays, please let me know. But I think I've officially fixed the problem. It was a driver update that I needed to do for my computer, and everything seems to be hunky dory now. Okie dokie. Okay, there we go. So it is distinctly said. I've never actually been to no, that's not true. I have been to an occult board before out of random curiosity. I didn't really look too much on it though. That's a very specifically powerful power. That sounds really redundant there, but oh yeah. I was mentioning how well done the audio is in this game. Let me kind of raise it up a bit.
Huh?
The first time I heard this knock, I thought to myself, wow, that's actually really well done. Something as simple as that. Here, we'll listen again. And the first thing I thought to myself is, who the fuck knocks like that? It's one single knock, pause, two knocks, pause, knock. That's controlled. I don't know about you, but something as simple as that. I knock like this, if you can even hear it. 3 times. That's it. But the reason why I mentioned that is Amazon. The reason why I mentioned that is like the beginning scene of this game sets itself up to be like how a horror story would go about, actually. And it's fun to read horror, actually. I like the genre. I watch movies. I play video games. I read some horror stories. And it's... I'm not sure. Maybe not that... No, I really do want to say that how the atmosphere is created in a horror story is really dependent on how you create irregularities? Maybe. That's a good way of putting it, possibly. I'll have to figure out how to explain that a little bit better. But you take something that's mundane, such as a door knock, and you make it really out of place. Third time. Honestly, I'd be pretty pissed off. Who the fuck knocks at 11:41 p.m.? And I live in a house. I don't live in an apartment. Would it be scarier in an apartment? No, I don't think so, because you live in the vicinity around other people. So if something crazy were to happen, you have people literally right next door to you. Like the wall right here, bam, I can knock on it and say, hey, wake up. Are you knocking on my door? No. Apartments can be spooky, though. I agree. I don't know about you, but some of the spookiest places in horror games I find are like abandoned buildings. I guess the toilet room for some reason. I don't know why that's always reoccurring. The toilet room scare factor. What else? Maybe apartments. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a spooky place. People aren't going to help you in an apartment or anywhere really. That's possibly true.
くそつか用ならインターホン押せよ
Coffee shops are scary at night? I don't think I've ever thought about that before.
酔っ払いか
Yeah, but how they killed the sound is appropriate too. I like that. Small things like that. Also, the guy is streaming too. Just like I am. Maybe I will hear a knock on my door at night. It's actually almost 11:41. Well, it's not true. I have like a little less than an hour. I've somehow avoided the death flag FinestKO lives another day. Yeah, like I've come to really appreciate sound directors now and how they place sound at the best time. It helps like enunciate an emotion or create a tone.
Hi, hi. 今開けます。どちら様ですか?
Oh yeah, I was talking about this yesterday too. How the voice doesn't clarify itself. Like, who is it, right? And there's that always kind of awkward situation that I found myself in college, where it's like I've forgotten so many people's names, where it feels so strange to say, "I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, but who are you again?" Right? This could be the same kind of situation here. But if I am worried for my life, I would certainly ask, "Who the fuck are you?" Also, people, not just one person.
あんたら、どこのどなた?
Hey, Synchro, how you doing? I'm not sure if I'm reading too fast for you guys. I'll slow down if that's okay. Hey, Dr. Meat, thanks for the subscription, man. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I want to play this game entirely with the stream. I'm in that.
大丈夫。最近たまにあるんだ。
I'm in that weird middle position right now because I feel that this game does a really good job at atmosphere, and having a chat to kind of cushion any type of fear, I think is possibly not the best way to handle this visual novel. Because I think the writer in their mind was like, okay, I'm going to make this visual novel, and the expectation generally is that you're reading it on your own, right? So reading this on your own, possibly at night with a little bit of light, no sound around you, and then you get this. Versus, say, music playing in the background like crazy with noise going on, with a chat that's talking and laughing. You know, it's a different kind of atmosphere, and that tone changes how you experience something.
相変わらず心配性だな、お前は。大丈夫だよ。さあ、入ってくれ。
I don't know about you, but for me, I've already become pretty accustomed to the horror genre, so experiencing it with someone else generally will not ruin the experience for me. But I think for people who are more inclined to be scared, if you want to kind of feel what the author intends, it's better to experience it without a stream. That's how I personally feel. And I guess it's kind of obvious, right? That when you experience a horror game, having more people around you makes it less scary. So I don't think Tommy plays horror games on his own, but he's willing to play with us, right? In the stream chat, it's a different kind of experience. It's less frightening. But the funny thing about that, actually, is that this scene right here is happening as the guy is streaming. I am streaming as well. There's an idea that kind of popped in my head as I watched this scene and then the next scene that happens after. It makes a lot of sense.
せっかく来てもらったのにすまん。生放送中なんだよ。
It makes a lot of sense if you think about it. I'll explain after this scene. I guess that's the best I can do for you guys. If I'm trying not to ruin my own immersion, I'll just explain my thoughts as I'm going through.
いや、お前ら相手にそういうわけにもいかないだろう。いや、なんでもない。
I've never written a horror story before. I've done like a lot of creative writing here and there. But it's a genre that I initially avoided, and then I became really interested in it.
くそ、なんだよこれ。
Oh, could someone clarify something for me? I know that Steins Gate, Robotics Note, Occultic 9, Chaos Head are part of a... What's the best way to call this? Like the science adventure kind of visual novel series? You get what I'm saying, right? Were they all written by the same person? Because if that's the case, that's really impressive. I wonder if it's creepier that they don't have a voice. I wonder if in the anime they had a voice. I don't recall. I watched like one episode of it, then I dropped it immediately. No, 2 episodes, I think. Also, technically, since this is a mystery, if that person's... Well, they're people. If the people who are in this room had a voice and they said it, then it might be a huge clue as to who they are. I mean, not that you need it, you can kind of just imagine it yourself. For some reason, I'm imagining scary children. One of them is wearing this really funky gothic clothing. I'm like, okay, that's the cutest hat I've ever seen.
流行を予想することが肝なこの仕事は天職だよ。出来レースみたいなもんだ。
But yeah, on a serious note, is it written by the same author? Can you guys let me know?
一言では言いづらいな。強いて言えば、自分がどこまでいけるか試したい、みたいな感じなんだけど。
So there's the fact that you can't hear their voice, so that allows for the... If these characters are somehow main characters who are killing people, you don't get that easy answer that, oh, the main character.
誰も経験したことないから、誰かに聞くってわけにいかないだろ。だから自分でやれるだけやってみたいっつうか。ってかっこよすぎか、これは。
But also, what was it? It's the fact that them having no voice is actually really relevant to the scene too. It is written by the same writers? Ooh, that's really impressive then.
ああ、冷蔵庫の中適当に見繕ってくれていいから。ああ、静かにな。申し訳ない。この安売りセールしていたチーズがありえないくらい硬くて。
They made a kind of interesting choice here, which is... I'll explain it later. Okay, so if it wasn't obvious, he's streaming on Nico Nico, even though it's called something else. And the thought that I had in my head was, this room is being seen through a web camera, aka we are seeing it through a web camera. That's the concept they're trying to do, at least.
どうしました?
And he mentions how he doesn't want to show the rest of his room because he has to play it off that he's not as rich as maybe he could be. He's getting a lot of viewers, 4,500 to 5,000 viewers, and escalating because he has a unique power, which is supposedly to see the future. But obviously that didn't help him out. But the choice I was going to say that was weird was that we got a shot of the cheese that wouldn't make sense if we were seeing the scene from the web camera. But it makes a lot of sense to show that shot from a horror story perspective. Because it emphasizes something that is mundane, but you know it's not the case. It's the same thing that you would see in, say, Saya no Uta, actually. They do that a lot. Okay, I'll check that out later, 21. I'll just open it now, actually. Yeah, my appreciation for the science adventure series. Sorry, I'm kind of have like this a little bit groggy still. For the science adventure series, really opened up with Steins Gate, and I think for a lot of people that was the case too. It's really well written. But I actually began with Chaos Head before anything else, so it's kind of fun that I've come back all around. They're connected, not just same writer. Okay. But I only really cared if it was the same writer. The reason why I even mentioned that in the first place is because writing different types of genres isn't easy. To be fair, they're interlinked with one similar settings, yeah, sure. But more so the topics of conversation. I haven't really read Robotics Notes, but with a name like Robotics Notes, I imagine it has something to do with fucking science. Same thing with Occultic 9. Oh no, Occultic 9 doesn't mean there's science in it, but it has the same kind of naming scheme, and I think someone mentioned that they're maybe not necessarily connected. No, but whatever. I'll read about that thing later. The only thing I'm really saying here is that I'm impressed by the writer. It's kind of weird too, because I'm just commentating this because I've already read this. It's kind of weird too, because as you get more familiar with a writer's style, you can see their strengths and their weaknesses. And it's kind of hard to critique something if you're not aware of its weaknesses or its strengths, right? Because how would you make constructive criticism then? So, when I first entered into Steins Gate, I only wanted to experience it, not to think about it, which is strange because it's science fiction. I would imagine normally you would think about that. That's the idea. But as much as I am a fan of this author, I'd never sat back and thought about his writing style. And to be fair, this is a localization, so maybe they might screw that up, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt. So there's another interesting topic that I'll bring up after this scene is done. Ah, jeez, that's so bright. Hurt my eyes. Okay, so two things. First, as I mentioned before, the characters who just left, right? We haven't seen them, we haven't heard their voice. It makes sense. This is a mystery um, story, so you wouldn't want to be like, hey, this is what they look like, and here's what they sound like. That makes sense, right? It's obvious. Also, it's obvious that they don't want to have voices because they're trying not to be heard. So if they're going by the perspective of, say, we are the viewers of a stream, then us not being able to hear that makes a lot of sense. Although some of the image portrayal doesn't seem to kind of line up with that thought process, aka the scene is constructed in such a way where we are expected to be the viewer, the viewer on a stream, right? Because that wouldn't be a logical shot, the very last shot that we saw there. Also, another thing I was really thinking about last night as I was reading this was the strength of showing horror without it being shown. So I think it flashed for a second, but we don't really see his arm lopped off, right? But the word choice was strong enough that we could get an image in our head. And I'm not sure how you personally feel about this, but I feel that something's scarier when it's not so overdone. That is, as an example, I'll use Alien from like the Stanley Kubrick films. You know what I'm talking about, right? That very famous alien that has a tongue with... if you don't know what the alien I'm talking about is in Stanley Kubrick, then please look it up. Anyway, in the first movie, it had a really kind of claustrophobic, hidden element of how that monster would work, right? It would lurk in the shadows, it would hunt you when you were alone, that kind of idea. And I felt that a lot of its strengths was from the unseen and how it used darkness as its own kind of strength to prey victim on people, right? So the idea of using less visual information to convey more, I find a really interesting concept in horror. So the transition from Alien 1 to Alien 2 changed how horror was kind of approached. In my opinion, Alien 1 is more like a traditional horror story. Alien 2 becomes more like an action flick. And I really like Alien 2, actually. And I still would consider it a horror, obviously. It even says it on the freaking IMDb page. But how it handles horror differently is in that revelation of information, the visual showing of what's scary, right? So how something gets depicted and how fearful it becomes, I think has a lot to play upon what is known and unknown. And that's something I think that is integral to how humans experience fear. That's a strong statement. That's me guessing at the moment. I want to dive more into horror because I love the genre so much. I find it really revealing on human psychology, as well as the lessons that you can impart from things that scare you is pretty valuable. Okay, anyway, as we're going into this scene, just if you're tuning in right now, I'm trying to explain my thoughts because I figure that's the only thing I can really give you when I'm playing a visual novel right now. Momone Takeyanagi. That's her name, okay. So far, in the first scene, we got something supposedly incongruous. That's a hard way for me to explain it. Something that doesn't normally match up correctly. That is the power of science, which is knowledge, right? And giving form to logic. And then you're facing off with something that cannot be explained, which would be the cult or the fear of something that's magical, so to speak, right? So those two things are clashing in this visual novel. And you'll notice that in this scene and in the previous scene, they're taking technology such as streaming or videos and they're making it somehow fearful, which is interesting. It's like the... for lack of a better way to explain it, it feels like Black Mirror, oh no, dangerous technology, but also imparting, like, a message of some sort. So I'm still very early on in this game, but I find that really intriguing. Because how technology gets transformed into something else, how do I explain this one? How technology gets transformed into something else. How something that we use that normally powers us gets turned against us. That becomes a fear. Okay. I'm trying to explain that part. Okay, yeah, how about this? You're taking something that would normally be part of society and making it something that would be considered strong, knowledge, right? And you're turning it against you. So then your safe havens are pushed aside, and suddenly all these things that are considered mundane, normal, everyday parts of society gets turned into a different light. And I'm really curious what the author is going to say about that. Okay, also, I'll wait till it happens, but there's an occultic part of this too. No surprise there. It's not that her band wasn't popular. They started out in the Nico Nico Sang It category and kept going by doing covers of popular anime songs. Okay, I know what they're talking about. Okay. Scarecrow's an interesting nickname. It's also... I don't want to be called Scarecrow as a nickname. The vast majority of the people looking at the videos were people who'd come to her concert. Okay, so she had fame on the internet and it came to help embellish her actual music career in real life. Okay. Okay, so this is the peculiar part. Okay, and how she's analyzing it is something interesting too. Okay, so it's depicted at first kind of like crazed fanaticism, but due to how she's depicting it in her word choice, there's something left lingering. And she's doing something that's considered illogical. So if it were just crazed fanaticism, she wouldn't be doing this, I think is what I'm saying here. Okay. I don't think about it. I guess the Scarecrow name is way more fitting than I thought it would be. Initially, I just thought it was because of her face. But it's also part of, I suppose, scarecrows are made out of straw. Straw man argument, easy to push down, easy to be pushed around. If you know what a scarecrow is, it's not really scary. Also, the scarecrow in the freaking Wizard of Oz needed, I think it was courage, right? Was that right? No, the lion needs courage. What the fuck the scarecrow needed? Okay, the Tin Man needed a heart. I think the lion needed courage. What did the scarecrow need? A brain? I guess that would make sense. So it doesn't really fit here. Okay, so this is peculiar too. She received an email. She read it slowly. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really commentating. I'm just talking my thoughts out. Okay, so this is the peculiar one. It was nothing special, just a simple message about one of the songs she'd made. Okay, so there's something interesting about this. It came suddenly. Good song, keep it up. So super innocuous comment. So the question is, how does the tone get changed? Okay, and then the music that plays is supposed to be an indicator. So it's not supposed to be something... Well, no. Piano sorrowful. Okay. So she's crying, that makes sense. So if this message were supposed to be scary, I think the song would be different. So the director is telling me that this is not supposed to be frightening. The band would get too many messages like this to count, especially after concerts. She knew it was rude, but to be honest, she was sick of them. Okay, but she's not sick of this one? But this email address wasn't for her band. It was one for a site where she had anonymously uploaded original songs. Okay, so she uploaded these songs without an attachment with her name. So this person didn't like her just because of her fame. This person liked her because of her song. Is that what's happening here? In other words, whoever sent this message hadn't come to her concerts. Okay. They'd never heard her voice live or felt strange power. Okay. So something about her voice being heard live causes an issue, which is the strange power. But they had said they liked her song, so then it's sincerity.
マジですか?
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so pretty much what I'm doing is, if I ever get confused, I trust in how the work is being presented. So I'm saying that I believe that the people who made this are very aware of how to present something. And so if I get confused, there's other indicators of how I can read information and figure out what the hell's happening. But here's the thing, though. Although I didn't mention it, in the first scene, there are things that were being said that indicated an unreliable narrator. And it's pretty obvious because he's saying, I'm eating cheese, but he's actually eating his freaking thumb, right? I think in this scene, it's something of an unreliable narrator too, which is funky because this is a mystery novel, and to derive information from a narrator is complicated. So if I'm thinking a thought in my head, I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm really hungry. Normally I wouldn't be lying to myself in my head, right? Why is there any reason for me to lie to myself? There are some reasons I can explain, but generally the answer is, why would you lie to yourself if you're just thinking something very objectively, I suppose? Where was I going with this? However, there are certain states in the portrayal of certain characters already that make you kind of question the information they're giving you. So you can't just take narrator information as, like, all truth.
こけしで上等歌ってんの?「いっそのこと渋谷を離れるってのもありか。どうせいろいろゴタゴタしちゃうんだろうし。いつもストリートライブをやってる道は常連さんと勝ち合っちゃまずいから避けて。大丈夫か、この顔だし。やばい、楽しい。
Huh. It's really strange, though. It's not like she's abusing her power. At least not anymore. She's going back towards actual appreciation for music? Is that how I would explain it?
小型のスピーカーなら家にもあったな。
Okay, but here she's using a recording to sing at live concerts, but her voice has a power, so she's trying to avoid that. But then you have this. So then I'm thinking, is this because of punishment? Is this because she has a special power? Is this because... who knows? Does this happen to people with special powers that go the wrong path? Does this happen to all people who have special powers, period? I don't think she sounds happy. Her tone sounds kind of sad when she said this is going to be fun. Maybe?
Hi.
I read that as just... It's like crying when you're happy. That kind of idea. September 19th, 2015. Do I need to write that down? No, that's fine. Interesting way to describe that.
ごめんなさい。
誰？きめえな。
Yeah, so I didn't mention this before, but one of the things they did to change, I guess for now I'll call it New Shibuya, is after the earthquake happened, this is all background information, after the earthquake happened, they rebuilt Shibuya to be more capable of resisting earthquakes. That makes a lot of sense, right? But the extra thing they did was they incorporated a lot of security cameras. And the thought that popped up into my head was... I can't explain it now, but it was something like security cameras, lots of security cameras, over secure invasion, dystopian society?
ねえ、今の人の顔見た？
Yeah, it's a weird logical thought process, but it was something I was trying to figure out in my head.
気持ち悪い。何あれ？何？あの目。
Okay, so that's kind of relevant because now we're going to transition to a different scene in which we are, I think, under a bridge inside a trailer with the main character of the game. Kind of under a bridge? I'm not sure what this is, but that's a really awkward place to live. He has graffiti on that freaking trailer, dude. Takuru Miyashiro. Takuru, huh? Okay. Not a big fan of them using the same song from the previous scene, unless they wanted to transition on purpose. Dokuns, I think. Let me just look that up for you here, because it's kind of relevant. Okay, so DQNs are idiots, or antisocial delinquents. The very first description that we get is him talking about you can say it is a philosophical concept to some degree. It's more like, oh god, it's been a while, even though I just read this. Wrong cider, it's this. But the reason why I'm showing you these terms is it helps depict a kind of thought process. Okay, so to dumb it down as much as I can, the way the main character is saying wrong-sider is people who have information but use it incorrectly. So we live in a time in which information's at our fingertips, and we can gain knowledge from just Googling, as an example, right? But how do we use said knowledge? If you use it incorrectly, there's no value to it, in my opinion at least. And then there's the even worse side of that, which is you use your knowledge incorrectly. Quantum mechanical theory, there we go. Yeah, don't feel bad if you don't know this. And I think how the writing depicts him comes off as really conceited. And that's on purpose. They balance it out in a few moments, so hang on. Oh, comma 2. Haven't seen that used in a long time. Just grammar decisions. It's not incorrect, it's just an interesting thing to do. It's actually really relevant too, because how someone uses comma 2 is kind of, it's like being very showy. You don't need to do it, and even if you do it, it's not wrong. And even if you don't have comma 2, it's not wrong. So why do you do it? There are reasons why. It's hard for me to explain. But grammar also depicts how someone speaks as well as how someone is read in stories. But one of the easiest ways to help me explain is comma 2 was a common kind of way of showing grammar around the time of, say, Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. So, if I remember correctly, Charles Dickens is paid by the word. And if you fill a bunch of pages up with lots of words, then you get paid more. So there we go, right? Comma 2, as in comma TOO, it stands for also, right? So, I ate that pudding. Also, I ate that pudding too. It changes depending on the medium in which you're writing. So if you're writing in a newspaper in which space is really important, comma 2 is not as needed. And it's changed its value as time has gone ahead. Maybe people don't care about grammar. I don't know. I find the history of grammar kind of interesting.
Nani?
Okay, so this is the first moment in which I think the author is trying to tell you, take a step back here. Even though this guy may seem really intelligent, there are some quirks. And the text said that Aaron was missing. Aaron is a character, if I remember correctly. Aaron is Ehrenfrei Ehrenfrei? That's German, I think. A 10-year-old female character who appears in Bloodtoon, the animation. She speaks in a haughty, archaic manner and always looks down on others. Hey, gee, I wonder why he likes this character. The younger sister of Sera or I can't pronounce his name. The main heroine and also a princess of Star. Her catchphrase is "Insolent Fool." She has a deadly magical stick named Onimusha Compiler. Listen, so sorry, it's Ochimusha Compiler. Fucking, I'm not gonna hand a guy for a guy's taste because I think I would watch this, I suppose. It's already killing me. Oh, okay. So anyway, there's a distinct tone change because we're now going on to something far less serious, but he's taking it very seriously. And the music even gives you an indicator of that.
この原作者は原作のことが分かっていない。
Then you get a line like this, which is extremely conceited. Which is, the text said Eren was missing. Damn it, I let my guard down because I knew this episode was written by the guy who wrote the original manga. AKA, he gave someone the benefit of belief because it was written by the guy who actually wrote the original story. His answer to that, though, however, is the original author doesn't know anything about his own work. Which is an extremely conceited statement. So he's saying that he understands the story far more than the person who created it. Which I guess could exist, but that's really rude. And also really, really short-sighted. So then, now we're understanding that this guy has flaws. And that's a good thing. I find it really annoying when a character is portrayed as extremely intelligent or extremely powerful, and they don't have any noticeable flaws, right? Flaws can really build a character. And having someone that's so powerful that you can't even relate to them, that's not good writing, in my opinion. Now, you can do it, but how do you do it? That's something I'm trying to figure out myself as a person who's, like, reading stories. I'm thinking, like, what's a story that has a really overpowered main character, but somehow it helps the story? That's a common standpoint, though, the so-called death of the author. Okay, so you're talking about something that in literature circles is debated, but not necessarily wrong. So the death of an author is perfectly fine, right? I'm saying that's something that I do too, where whatever the author says doesn't actually matter because the work that they're presenting lives beyond the actual creator. So let me think of an example of that. Sure, how about we just talk about an actual author who's dead? Is the author of Lord of the Flies dead? Let me take a look. The author of Lord of the Flies is William Golding. Let's see if William Golding is dead. William Golding died in 1993. Okay, so here's an example. So, William Golding is dead. He died in 1993. If for some reason before he died, he said to the newspapers, hey guys, I didn't actually write a novel about human savagery. I just wanted to write a novel about kids on an island killing each other because that's funny. Right, if he said that, it wouldn't actually matter. Because if you are going with the perspective of the death of the author, aka the author's word doesn't matter as much anymore, then it would be okay. You can say, it doesn't matter what the author says. He didn't actually just write a story about kids on an island killing each other. Right? He's writing more about the human nature and how adolescence in the fall is part of society. And if you don't, like, guide that fall correctly, then it will lead to human savagery and become closer to fucking animals, okay? Anyway. Definitely the author says, doesn't matter if he goes to an interview and says, this book was actually about this. Doesn't fucking matter. However, there are other ways to interpret literature as well. Some people focus very heavily on author's intent. As an example, some sections of religion really, really want to emphasize author's intent. Why? Because this piece of literature, aka this holy book that I am holding here, is inspired directly by God. Therefore, his intent is really important. Don't fuck with it. That's one way of interpreting literature as well. Another way is... Let me think of another example. How about... I mean, interpretation without heavy emphasis on author, right? So this is where we can come in here. So anyway, the point is, there's many different ways on how you can interpret literature, and how you fall into either category for the ones that I mentioned for the time being is perfectly fine. There's no right answer to it.
女性が必ず落ちる告白の言葉
But I don't know many people who strictly, completely, 100% reject the author. That's a really extreme position to take, even if you believe in death of the author. That took a long time to explain that one thing.
「誠に勝手なのですが好きになってもいいですか?」
何を
Okay, anyway, if that wasn't enough for you to kind of discredit this guy, then he has a lot of emphasis on... I don't know what's the best way to describe this. He talks about this book called Cool Cat. Cool Cat is the equivalent of... Is it the equivalent of People's Magazine, so to speak? Like, it gives you a bunch of dating tips that are questionable. Maybe? Let's go with that for now, okay? And so, he's super serious about things that don't really require you to be that serious. And that's kind of funny.
何してんだ
But anyway, me talking about this entire thing, this whole section here, is me just appreciating the writer.
おのえお前いつ
ノックしたよ。てか、何その雑誌。面白いの？
なんでもない。どうしたんだよ。なんで制服着てるんだ。帰ったんじゃないのか。
Oh, he's saying, why didn't you go directly home? Why are you here? Okay.
今日の部活で事件のこと調べてこいって言ったのタコじゃん。
Yeah, and I found that kind of interesting. So, in a few minutes, I'll hit the point where I don't know what else is happening in the story, because I read a little bit of this, that's it.
はい、これ追加の現場周りの画像データ。
I'm assuming there's some type of club that's interested in crime? Don't answer that. I'm assuming the story will
ありがとう。
let me know.
ついでに僕の PC に入れちゃってくれるか。
If they're at a cult club, well, why would you be interested in crime if you're interested in a cult club? No, that can't be it.
珍しいね。自分の PC 触らせるなんて。
別にお前はいいよ。
Oh, this is an RV? Okay, now I understand. I remember this. It's the first time I saw this key charm? You put it on your cell phone strap? Okay, whatever this thing is, I'm sorry. I saw it in Steins Gate. It was held by the Tuturu girl, Mayushi, I think is her name. So that's another way of saying that they're kind of connected. Well, they are connected. The setting, right? So I find that really funny. I don't know why. It's just a stupid, small bit of information, but it adds character. The reason why is, I think it happens in the next few moments. Unless it already happened.
Mountain view でいいか？
いいよ、もったいないじゃん。それにすぐに帰るし。
Okay, I think it already happened.
はい、
But
終了。
the farting sound was that phone strap. That's so awkward. That's killing me, man. I'd be embarrassed to carry that around if it made a farting sound every single time you squeezed it.
せいか。
新しい発見はなかったよ。タクは新しい共通点見つかった？
いや。
Okay, supposedly, I'm guessing the two cases are the things that we just saw, the two scenes at the beginning of the game.
そっか。まあ気長に行こう。じゃあ明日部室で。
It's a good icebreaker. I mean, at least you can say that she cherishes it to the point where something that I would consider embarrassing, she wouldn't. Wow, what a line. She was in theory a girl.
あのさ、例えばなんだけど。
Oh, man.
ああ、なんていうか、お前が告白されたとしてさ。
Okay, so if it wasn't clear, it's also an indicator that he's not socially aware.
いや、だから例えばこう言われたらどう？誠に勝手なのですが、好きになってもいいですかって。
Also, I'm not entirely sure of this yet, but I think if you use a lot of commas, we're saying correct use of commas, in sentence structure for someone's dialogue, they come off as very... The worst case scenario is they come off as very haughty. The best case scenario is they come off as very intelligent. And then how you balance that out with them being socially aware, socially aware is not the correct way to put this, that they are capable of being good at conversation, is you need to be able to show that they can speak without commas.
さっき言ってたやつ？
So that's a really strange way of me saying that comma usage depicts characters in different ways.
それはいいから。どう？
年下なの？その人。
Okay, so this is one of the fun aspects of this game that I've never experienced before. So I can choose positive or negative or let it go neutral. So when you hit a certain part of the conversation, depending on where you are, either positive, neutral, or negative, determines the direction that the conversation will go. So I've seen what negative looks like. I've seen what neutral looks like. I'm going to give you what happens when we go positive.
丁寧語だから。
It's a pretty revealing aspect. That's one way of putting it. But you know how I was mentioning that
年下なのかな？いや、そうじゃなくて、どう？
You know how I was talking about how I had to figure out how reliable a narrator was? Yeah, this comes into play here.
どうって、丁寧だなって思うけど、告白されたことないからよくわかんない。
他には何か思わないか？こう、素敵だなと思ったりしないか？
別に、相手によるんじゃない？
You know, I just realized I use a lot of commas when I speak to people. That's... yeah, that's something I need to fix. Yeah, I know. I'm with you, Takuru. Takuru? Yeah, that's your name. Okay.
でも告白してくれたのがタクだったらちょっとだけ考えちゃうかもしれない。
今なんて言った？
なんでも。
Was People's Magazine right after all? God, you're killing me.
お前、僕のこと。
タクはどうなの？
どうって。
だから例えばだけど受け止めてくれるのかって話。
I don't know. You know, it has to be a thing. There has to be people out there who actually read People's Magazine for dating tips. Yeah, that has to be a thing. Why else would that exist then? I just find it so peculiar. Okay. So how would you respond to... Let me just double check this here. How would... Sorry, one more time? That's right. There was a hint in the January 24th, 1999 edition. This guy has a fucking amazing memory for something so useless. From a column called Everything You Wanted to Know About Seducing Your Childhood Friend, which was a really awkward column, but were afraid to ask. How would you like your childhood friend to say they loved you? Number 3, softly in a love letter. Okay, so first, that's already awkward. A love letter is written. How do you write softly? I mean, if you're talking about the sound of which you're writing, I guess, but that's not really what's happening here. In an embarrassing text message. I guess that kind of works. Work up the courage and kiss me now. That is quite a line. You're not actually gonna say that direct line, are you?
尾上。いや、セリカ。
I got close to Serica and softly put my hands on her shoulders. Am I the main character now? Our faces were right next to one another. Serica was beet red, but she didn't look away from me.
僕は優しい男だから。大切にしてやるから。
こんな急になんてダメだよ。だって。
Okay, extremely stereotypical lines. Serica's lips were quivering.
お前の唇が欲しい。
Okay. Serica closed her eyes. Oh, Serica Onoe, my beloved. Why did I not notice your beauty sooner? When you were next to me all this time? I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? No, I've already fallen in love with you.
タク、キスして。私の唇を奪って。
Okay, so sound cue wise, you immediately by now should know that this isn't real. Why? Because if you listen very closely. Hang on.
タク、キス して。
Her voice has a slight echo to it. That's sound direction. And then if you couldn't figure that out, he's echoing this line.
500円ちょうだい。
And then it breaks immediately because she's speaking with no echo whatsoever. And then there's light in the background. And then she says something completely incongruous to what the hell is happening. There we go. Like, when I saw that scene, I was really impressed about how they combined so many elements to give you an obvious clue that this game is about perception and it's going to be skewed. Something as simple as that. Now, if you were super confused on whether this is real or not, you can always go back and try the other options. But trust me when I say that was not real. I took a deep breath to calm my heart.
500円って何の話？
これこれ、忘れてた。さっきそこでゲンさんに会ったの。タクにいつものだって言って渡してくれって。特価で500円でいいって立て替えたの。
Your usual?
いつもの？
Okay, even he doesn't know. Confused, I took the bag from her. Do you guys want me to narrate these lines? I don't have to. But if I narrate the lines, then you can read what the hell I'm saying. What was it today? 1 for narration, 2 for no. I don't mind. I won't be offended.
Nani? いつものって。
You can't read. I might be reading too quickly, so maybe I should narrate.
なんでもない。ほら、500円。明日学校で。
That's okay, my new favorite face, the one previous to this.
データはありがとう。助かった。
It's all good with narration, 2 no. Okay, so no narration then.
分
All
か
right.
ったよ。
I know when I first saw this scene, I was thinking to myself, 500 yen, and in this bag looks like very thin books. You know what the very first thing I thought was? I thought, where is this? Did he buy dojins? But 500 yen for a dojin, isn't that kind of too cheap? Why would I even know that? I think that's how much they charge. 100 ways to secretly show your sexy side. What the? Okay, so.
じゃない。
Okay, so that was one of the things he bought. So these are probably old magazines. So that's how I got that kind of clarification. And then old dojin bargain bin. That's so awkward. You're buying used dojins. That's yeah. Used. There we go. 6 years ago in Shibuya. I think this is 2021 right now? Is it? Or is it 2015? I've already forgotten. The game should clarify for me eventually. It should be 2015, right? Because those two scenes said, I think, September 2015? He's one of them. Yeah, so I lose information too as I'm reading. What a surprise.
マジか。
Okay, so he's finding some type of quirky connection here, that these things that happened 6 years ago are happening again. At least that's the implication.
きっと警察も気がついてないぞ。
Okay. So if you don't know what this is at channel. I want to say it's kind of like it's a parody of 2channel. I'm pretty damn sure. Maybe it isn't. I actually haven't really browsed 2chan. But I know that at channel was mentioned. Was mentioned in Steins Gate as well. Okay, I'm gonna just dumb this down for you as quickly as possible. So what's happening here is they're having a thread, and for some reason there's this kind of sticker that's being thrown around. The sticker is of kind of like a sumo wrestler. Let me just double check here. It's a sumo wrestler, and it's appeared throughout town in really awkward spots. It appeared at a certain time period years ago in Shibuya, and they're appearing again. It appeared 5 or 6 years ago. So we just learned that somehow these death events, these freaking murders are happening.
この時はまだ力士シールはごく一部で話題になっているくらいのものでしかなかった。
These murders are happening. They could be connected to the murders 6 years ago. 6 years ago, sumo wrestler stickers were appearing. They're appearing again. All right.
一体誰が予想できる？こんな気味の悪いシールが。
And they're
後に世界を揺るがす大事件のきっかけになるだなんてこと。
and they're madly creepy. If I mean, is it on the front? It's not in the logo, but when I started the game, you saw a picture of the sumo wrestler sticker. It looks fucking wow. I wouldn't want that in my house. Okay. In like 5 lines.
これが今月の7日に起きた事件の週刊誌の特集の画像。
I will have completely caught up to where I was last night. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some water, and then I'm going to keep reading tonight. I'll do what I've been doing, which is I'll just speak out loud my thoughts, and hopefully that's intriguing to you. If it's not, then I'm sorry. But I'm trying to figure out some type of balance between the immersion and paying attention to the chat. I'm focusing more on immersion in all honesty. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back, okay? Have I played this already? I've only played up until the fifth sentence that will pop up here. So in about 5 sentences, I will know absolutely nothing about what happens. So this is a magazine article about the incident that occurred on the 7th.
7日ってとニコニア生放送中の公開自殺か。読んだよ、その記事。
Okay. So the first event.
自殺と決まったわけじゃないけどな。それにネットではこっちみんなって言い方が主流になってきてる。で、これがその生放送の映像。
Okay, so for something that probably shouldn't be broadcasted, aka shown directly in public, he has a video of the suicide, supposedly.
それも見た。つうか一緒に見ただろう。
Which means that he has some way of accessing information. I can't imagine they just let this video rock on YouTube as an example.
で、これがその現場の建物。尾上が昨日さらに追加してきた。
Here's the building it took place in. Nowhere took some photos for me yesterday. Okay, so it means that she didn't go during the murder. That'd be really awkward. She took it after, and she showed what the building looked like. Okay.
それも知ってるって。
So that clarifies something. That makes a lot of sense, obviously.
で、これがその部屋の中。
So it's about proximity to danger, and for now she is safe.
は？うっそ！お前撮ったの？いつ？てかどうやって
？Inside of his room. Yeah, so that's actually kind of interesting. How'd you get a picture of inside the room? Fair enough.
先週末な。現場向かいのカラオケボックスの5階の部屋から見えるんだよ。
Okay.
マジで？
この5階から。
Oh, that's actually kind of smart. It's not invasive, and yet you can still get information that way. It would be different if he somehow hacked like a freaking camera in the room or something, but that would also be really awkward.
で、何？お前一人で入ったのか？
は？
いやいや、カラオケボックスに。人から？
Yeah, that would be awkward, you're right.
仕方ないだろ。別に恥ずかしいことじゃない。それに歌ったわけじゃないから、正確には人からとは言わない。
It's like when I go to movies alone. And, you know, I think that's considered more socially okay now. Because there's people who really appreciate movies. I do, right? And there's like movie critics too. I also know some people never go to restaurants and eat alone, which I find a little bit funky, because if I find food to be really amazing, of course I'll go there. But there's also that kind of social awareness too. I mean, I just value different things. Let me ask you this, just to make sure that I understand this correctly. How many of you go eat at restaurants alone often? And then how many of you go watch movies alone often? I know James Chen doesn't do that for some reason. I don't understand why. You watch movies alone often. When I say movies, I mean going to the theaters, to be specific. Okay, so it's considered more socially correct now. Okay, that's a good thing. I'm kind of happy about that. Although going to karaoke alone, I can't imagine is considered normal anymore. Or getting more normal. I mean, why would you go to a karaoke thing alone? That's a really... Because you could make it cheaper, right? Because you would pay for a group that you can share the cost of it, I think. It's been a while since I've been to a karaoke karaoke
ここ
place.
OK。次行こうぜ。
めんどくさいな。
We went over to the gym from the second floor hallway. It was full of students laughing over who knows what. Okay. Hekiho? First private high school built as part of the restoration efforts, and so it was attracting a lot of attention. A private high school? I know... Okay, hang on. A private academy in Udagawacho, Shibuya. A mid-sized academy composed of a middle school and high school with over 1,000 students in total. Its construction was proposed as part of the reconstruction project after November 2009. This is fictional, right? Okay. Okay, the reason why I was really confused by that was I thought there was some type of... Okay, so in America, a private high school, aka you pay money to go into that high school, the assumption and expectation is that if you're paying money to be in a private high school, the academics that you learn from that high school has to be well worth the money, right? In Japanese culture, I'm not sure if that translates the same way. I'm not sure if private high schools equal higher education, equal smarter people in it or something, or whatever the fuck that means. The reason why I'm thinking about that right now is because I know that high school exams, getting into high school, right, and college exams, getting into college, obviously, are really focused upon in Japanese culture. So I don't know if private high school has a different connotation in Japanese culture. The biggest reason was the Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival 2 months from now. Okay. 2 months from now, on November 9th, would make 6 years, mark 6 years since the Shibuya earthquake. Okay. That's actually... That makes a lot of sense, and also it's really sympathetic. I like that idea. Maybe that's their way of trying to come to terms with how many people were lost during that event. I know that was mentioned at the beginning of this, how they rebuilt so quickly that they might not have had time to cope.
うわ、あのパチモンの着ぐるみ大丈夫かよ。つかなんで今来てんだ?
In Seoul, I used to watch movies and eat alone at times. Going to the theater wasn't too bad, but eating alone looked kind of weird. But eating alone is slowly changing in Korea. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm assuming that's AJ, right? Jangta? I'm glad to see you here, man. Yeah, so I'm reading this kind of slowly right now because there's a lot of, I guess I'll call it exposition for the time being. But I'm curious about if anything's important that I need to read here.
暇なんだろ。
ヒゲを引っ張んなってもげる。
This might be the very first time that I'm
これ触覚じゃないの?
reading this guy's work and trying to actually analyze it instead of just experiencing it for entertainment.
どう思うよ。触覚だとしたらもいだ方がゆるキャラっぽくないか？
え？何？私、そのくだらない質問に答えなきゃダメ?
I guess it doesn't really matter though. This is a slice of life segment. Usually you can just kind of relax.
リア充ただれよ死んでしまえ。
おい、リア充をバカにするなよ。僕だってリア充だ。
What? Yeah, I know, right? Get out of here, buddy.
バカカメラ。おい、どういうことだ?
That's like, oh god, I'm trying to think of the equivalent of that. That's like freaking... Man, Tommy can pass as a normal. Let me think of someone who is obviously not a normie telling me that. That's like freaking... Bach walking up to my face and saying I'm a normie. Get the hell out of here, man.
裏切ったのか。レベル下がったか。 いつ彼女なんて作りやがった。
あできてないよ彼女なんて。それよりカメラ。
何？
Oh, nice camera.
まったくしっかりしろよ。僕らはあいつらと違って状況だろ。一石舞踏か。
Okay, so the opposite of a wrong sider, aka on the right side of information.
いいか、リア充ってのは2005年あたりから使われ出した言葉で、リアル、つまり現実が充実している連中の総称だ。
I'm sorry, is he actually explaining this damn term? Someone on the right side of the digital or information divide, yep. Yeah, okay, I'll talk about it.
最初は対義語としてネト銃が挙げられることが多かったけど、その境目はもうほとんどない。リアルの中にネットが組み込まれてるのが当たり前になったからな。
Okay, this comes off as extremely condescending. And that's good, because normally if you have someone just insert information, that's considered bad writing, right? You have to figure out how to integrate that into the story without just expounding exposition.
当初は友達がいるだけでリア充と呼ばれていたけど、
But
次
it
第に
completely
恋人
fits
がい
this
ることが
character.
リア充の条件になっていった。だがこれも変わりつつある。昨今のリア充は本当の意味で現実が充実しているかどうか、つまりやりたいことができているかどうかで判断されるんだ。そういう意味で僕はリア充だ。
Wow, I could punch this guy.
だから暇に任せてふざけている
This
あ
guy
いつ
has
らは
amazing
リア
patience.
充なんかじゃないんだよ。言葉は正しく使え。
Yeah, no, exactly. Really.
宮代、
なんだよ。
お前はリア充じゃないよ。言葉は正しく使おうな。
なぜだ。
リア充はそんなこと言わない。
は？だからなんでだ。それに補強するなら女子の知り合いもいるんだぞ。もちろん男も。
Well, I've heard that excuse so many times.
リア充はそんなこと言わないんだよ。
理由はなんだ。理由はさらに付け加えるならな。ファッションの勉強だってしているんだ。
Actually, fashion's really cool. I like that a lot. I've, in all honesty, kind of stopped caring recently, but fashion's a really cool concept to me. I grew up with it. My parents were in the fashion industry, that's why. So this might be exactly relevant, but at least in character design, how a character wears clothing and what they wear can help depict who they are. So if you look at this dork right in front of you, which is the main character I'm assuming, you kind of understand. Is that... Dude! You might as well pop your collars, buddy. What? That was really disheveled.
ん？なんだよ。
Don't worry about it. Anyway, just like in character
なんで
design...
もない。とにかく僕はな。
Just like in character design, how you wear clothing, you're making a statement. And that's information. So you're constructing your identity based on what you're wearing. That's not surprising, right? So if I walked into a business meeting wearing fucking clown clothing, I'm making a huge statement, which is, one, either I'm an idiot, or two, I'm mocking all of you, right? That's how your clothing can say something.
ああ、わかったって。次行こうぜ。
Like, I walked into a invite-only event for Bandai Namco, and I didn't realize that most of the people who were invited there were supposed to wear casual clothing. So I walked in with a business suit, and that's making a statement. It's one that I didn't really want to do, but it's essentially saying, one, either I'm showing off, or two, I'm trying to be professional. I was aiming for two.
お
わかった。じゃあもう全員で同じ着ぐるみにしようぜ。
ああ、戦隊もの風だ。色分けしようよ。私イエロー。
その方が受け取れるか。でも予算は？
あんたの小遣いがあるじゃん。
バカじゃないの？
What are you guys talking about dojins in the chat?
それか、体に直接塗るか。受け取れればいいんでしょ。こ
っちは忙しいんだ。
Good night, Hyde. Take it easy, man.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
Huh?
可愛くなくね？もうちょっとどうにかなんね。
可愛くないとか言うな。てか別にウェイトレスって女子限定じゃなくてもいいじゃん。男子もやんなよ。
Oh, so they use comma 2 here too. So it's actually just it's part of their grammatical style. Okay. Huh? Not a shame.
ゲロカエルンってあんな語尾で喋るキャラクターだったっけ？
No, it's probably fine to universalize it though. Oh, cool! Here we go. I'm hyped for this. Okay, so positive, negative, or neutral?
どうでもいいよ。
Well, what's the conversation we're talking about? We're talking about maid uniforms? Oh, 3-1. Does that mean he's about to graduate? Gero Froggy Cafe. Okay. Some people were ignoring the fuss and studying. Some of the talkers are reading light novels. Positive, neutral, or negative, huh? Well, I want to answer this in a way that I would actually do it. You know, I'm okay with that. Why not? People who are focusing on the festival, you only have a certain amount of time in high school, man. Not everyone's time in high school is like nostalgic and memorable, but it's a time you can never get back.
バカ。ゲロカエルンの声は女じゃん。
Wait, hang on. Are we talking about men wearing these outfits? I agree. We should have the females dress up in that outfit. Fuck. I can't tell what the decision I'm making here. Oh god. Let's play it off positive. Let's see what happens.
いやそうだけどさ、そこは文化祭のノリ的なあれでいいじゃん別に。
違うって。
は？ねえねえ宮代。
え？
このゲロカエルンの着ぐるみさ、ちょっと着てみてくんないか。
Nope. 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 We're not doing that. Okay, we're going straight to negative. Not that I hate the main character. I'm just saying. Okay, hang on.
バカ。
いやそうだ。
違うって。
は？
そうだゲロゲロ。
What?
俺たちそんな話し方じゃないゲロ。
Okay.
カエルなめんなゲロ。
Suddenly, all the girl froggies in the classroom stood up on their own. Okay! This is some kind of messed up. Oh man, I wonder when negative is actually the correct choice. I'm curious about that too. But now that I've experienced this, man, negative is something else.
え？何これ？ぬいぐるみが喋ってる。
なんだこれ？キモ、超ウケる。
俺たちをバカにする奴らは許さんゲロ。目に物見せてやるゲロ。血で血を洗う惨劇の始まりだゲロ。
Oh, well, death flag, here we go.
ああ、クソカエルのぬいぐるみの分際でなんだって？
おい、
よせ。
しゃ
Wow. This guy thought he was a normie. Yo, what? Oh, that's descriptive. it's like alien descriptive. Wow. I wonder if there's like an invisible sanity meter or something in this game, where if you keep doing negative, it builds up to a certain point, and then you go on a certain route.
お前は実験台にしてやるゲロ。人間パペットだゲロ。俺たちがお前の中に入って操ってやるゲロ。
Wow.
やめてくれ。
This is nightmare inducing.
すぐ楽になるから安心しろだゲロ。しゃー。
Yeah, except that was disgusting. Thank you. Thank you for that negative perception, buddy. Wrongsiders these days preferred big budget action movies. Something like this would never sell to them. I don't see that being a Hollywood film. But you know what? There's a fucking Steven... What's his name again? God, wow, I forgot already. Cujo. The deadly killer dog. I wonder if that's actually considered a good movie. I haven't seen it. Yeah, but Killer Frogs, though? It's like Sharknado, dude. Except I would watch Sharknado. Oh, shit. Hang on.
これが今月の19日の事件の画像。
音漏れたんか。どれ？
Stephen King, there we go.
これはまだ見てないな。
And you're right, Human Centipede did get made. Ugh. I mean, there is a place for... there's a certain type of genre that Human Centipede fits for the horror genre. It's like body something, like body contortion horror, I think.
事件のまとめウィキに一瞬な。消される前に魚拓取った。
I forget a wiki? Hang on. Process of scrapping a web page on the internet. Okay, sure. A site that uses wiki software to compile information about a particular subject in an easy-to-read manner. Anytime the internet starts talking about something, you can be sure that people will start making a wiki for it. That's true. Wiki software is a system that allows for the creation and editing of a web-based hypertext using a browser. The name comes from the Hawaiian phrase wiki-wiki, which means speedy. I actually didn't know that. Wow, that was something new.
ああ、こっちの方がアングルいいな。なあ、さっきのカラオケのやつと合わせてニヤ道にアップさせてくれよ。
もう新聞部のオンラインストレージに上げてある。見やすいように加工して使ってくれ。
So again, it's been a long time since I read Chaos Head. So if these murders are happening very similarly to the murders in Chaos Head, I don't know why the people were murdered in Chaos Head. So don't tell me, because I would like to have it shown to me again.
なんか最近再生数がいまいち伸びないんだよな。この前俺一人で作った動画のタグにもカメラ仕事しろとかアングル大体合ってないとか書かれるし。
The Hekiko Academy Newspaper Club had been the first in the nation to upload a video version of the school paper to Nikoniya. Okay. Ah, okay. Oh, really? Wow, this is actually a really impressive academy then. Their newspaper club is particularly interesting. Oh, yeah, they're talking about the former glory and how it doesn't break.
ああ、カメラ仕事しろのタグをつけたのは僕だ。あれアングルひどいぞ。
じゃーん、ゲットしてきた。
おお、オリジナルじゃん。
疲れた。だから違うって。
Yeah, after I saw that scene, though, I'm not a big fan of Gero Gero anymore.
はいえ、だから何がだよ。
前も話したことあったろ。大半の中高生は日頃アクセスしてるサイトで情報レベルが知れるって。
Yeah, I remember that. In my... You know, when you... I'm not sure they still do this, but when you apply for college, you have to write down what websites you frequent. That was awkward for me. Oh, God. Do I reveal my power level? Obviously not. Pokecon? They don't do that anymore? Are you sure? Or are you saying that the power level part? I don't know. Did you guys have to write down what websites you visited frequently when you submitted your resume? Not resume, whatever you call it, to colleges? Pocket computers. I can't tell if I'm too old anymore. Jeez. Facebook. Oh, dear God. Okay. It's really hard, though, in current society to keep being informed. There's different biases of news and information on the website. That's obvious. Also, just so much happening all at once, you get tired, you know? Sometimes I just appreciate literature more. Just reading things where I can absorb it at my own pace. I'm not saying it's not important to be informed, though. Trust me.
それに男の場合はウェイトレスじゃなくてウェイターだっての。
Ah, so he's a newspaper club. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Because he's so focused on information. I know this feeling.
何？田中さん。
Tanaka? That's a really common name. Are you sure you got that right?
あのさ、教室で流す映像のビデオ撮影のことなんだけどさ。
Wow, okay, I guess you did. It's like me saying, hi, Bob.
その、アップとかできるのかな？こう、ずっと同じで撮るんじゃなくて。
あ、その、フィックスじゃなくて、いろいろ動かせっていうことですか？
Fix. Really? Okay, now I learned something new too.
フィックス？よくわかんないけど。
あ、できますよ。アップでも何でも。
Let me double check that again. Refers to the act of fixing a camera in a single place and recording without moving it. Okay. I can recognize certain scenes that are done like that.
本当？ よかった。じゃあ本番までにどこをどう撮ってほしいかまとめて渡すから。
It can give a more natural shot, depending on the movie, and it also fixes a position on the camera where, because you're not moving the camera, information gets lost. Or if it's fixed on a certain position and it doesn't move, then it's hard to kind of break away if the emotions of the scene are very tense.
Hmm. お前やっぱリア充じゃないわ。相変わらず慣れない相手だと挙取るし、丁寧語だし。
しょうがないだろ。いきなりだったんだから。
I don't know. For me, I've always had issues speaking with complete strangers. Like, where do I begin, you know? I mean, there's always small talk and how you edge into, like, an actual serious conversation. But, I don't know. I haven't really enjoyed talking to strangers. I actually don't really enjoy parties either, now that I think about it.
なんか自慢されてなかった？フィックスとかなんとか。
んだそれ。またうんちくか？
Okay, so he has very serious social anxiety.
おい、大丈夫か？陰口は聞こえないように言えってのな。しかも自慢でもうんちくでもなんでもないっての。
別に気にしてないよ。藤田さんは
誰だよ。
Right, Tanaka.
田中さんは情弱なだけなんだから。
ったくオポチュニストが。
To be fair, he's saying an English word. So maybe he was confused by that. Yeah, exactly.
そうだな。言い当ててると思う。みんなと同じ方向にひよってるだけだよ。
まったくな。はあ、いつの時代もスクールカーストの底辺にいる俺らオタクは上部にいる方たちに話のネタを提供する。
I think I already know what he's talking about. Let's see. Okay.
目なのか。
They're talking about social cliques in school as an example, and how your position in terms of how you're treated is determined by these specific factors. I mean, if you've been in freaking school, you know what I'm talking about.
おい、僕はオタクじゃないぞ。
またかよ。
またってなんだ。理屈に合わないことが気持ち悪いだけだ。一石。い
い、ぶたなくていい。
オタクの定義は流動していて、当初あった悪いイメージは徐々に払拭されつつあるけれど。
Wait, you don't understand? Let's see. Really? That's confusing to you? I'm thinking right now. Okay, so in my high school, there were the popular kids, usually the sports kids, the cheerleaders, the comedians, I suppose. There were the... Sounds really rude. There were the nerds. There were people who kind of fit in the middle ground. I was kind of fortunate because I did a little bit of everything. I did sports, I did drama, I did art, I did freaking nerdy things like chess club. I did band. I was the class jokester, which allowed me to go to different cliques pretty easily. I fucking loved anime. The power level in high school is not that high, I'll tell you that much. Stuff like that. So, like, how you portray yourself creates certain social expectations upon you, whether that be good or bad, right? So if I walked into class with a huge binder of Magic the Gathering cards, you would think, one, man, Magic the Gathering's awesome. I hope you would think that, because I actually really enjoyed card games. Or you would think, Magic the Gathering cards, card games, TCGs, associated with nerd culture, this person's a nerd, right? And then that would be considered a social demerit in terms of your positioning in class hierarchy, so to speak. Now, does that actually matter? In my opinion, no. Like, if you have a certain fucking hobby, then enjoy it, you know? If it brings you happiness, then what's wrong with that? That's how I view it. And it doesn't ultimately matter if, like, your social position in high school is low. Because in the real world, if you can find things that give you a passion, and you can find that you get more worth out of life because of said passions, that's a huge, huge strength. I know people, including my freaking parents, who have zero passion in their lives. They have no hobbies, they have no friends, and they sit at the top of the totem pole in terms of, like, social position, right? At least what I would consider in the past for high school and stuff like that. Anyway, what am I saying now? I'm saying... don't worry about that if you had that problem in high school. It ultimately doesn't matter. You have a benefit if you have a passion, and let that rock.
2015年現在でもアニメやらラノベやらゲームやらアイドルやらにハマっている人のことを指す場合が大半だ。
But yeah, I guess the reason why nerd culture is considered a demerit, so to speak, I'm saying that in, like, quotes, right? So I'm not really saying it's a demerit, is, yeah, why it's looked down upon sometimes is with the stereotype that people who invest in those hobbies aren't able to speak well or have social strengths or conversations like we're having right now. It's also, at least from what I've noticed in Western culture, there's more of a emphasis on extroverts than introverts, and that has to do with how power is structured in terms of, say, getting ideas out, what is considered masculine, business models. There's a lot that goes into it, but there are changes that are happening, at least from what I understand right now, based on what I've been reading or have been reading. God, that sounds so evasive. That is talking about how business culture is slowly but surely changing to incorporate introverts, people who don't speak as much or want to go out as much or need, I don't know, social conversation as much as extroverts. They're trying to figure out how to make that useful for business conversations. Hopefully this makes sense for you.
僕はくだらないアニメやラノベは見ない。時間の無駄だ。
以前お前なんかのアニメを絶賛してなかったか？なんだっけ？ブラチュ？
I don't know, but I always had that kind of a... I was always bothered by that stigma, man.
くだらないアニメは見ないと言ったんだ。素晴らしきかな我が人生や二人のベロニカとかの名画を検索しようとすらせずに同じようなアニメばっか見て。
I don't know what the two Veronica stores is. It must be fictional? Yeah. Okay, I don't care.
このアニメを見てない奴はにわかだとか言ったり。
わかったって。
数列都市や冬の庭とかの名著、ああいいよねとか嘘ついて済ませてラノベばっか読んでいる。そういう自分の好きな知識しか吸収しないやつを言うんだ。オタクっていうのは。
カメラオタクってなんか怪しいイメージあるよな。
Okay, so otaku isn't just for anime. It can be I think obsessed is too strong of a word, but it's a passionate interest in certain things. So I can be a freaking, I don't know, a train otaku.
別に人様に迷惑かけなければいいんじゃん。好きなんでしょ。うちだってジョニオタだし。
Actually, wasn't there a famous story called Densha Otoko? Densha, does that mean train? Otoko, does that mean woman? I don't know. I don't know my Japanese that well. Why did I think of that? Because it has an otaku in it, that's why. That makes sense now. Otoko means man? Okay. A lone female was looking in. You know, I really don't want more blood and gore. I'm gonna let's go neutral.
ノノ、どうしたの？
おお、女帝、ちょうどよかった。
ちょっと。
Who? Oh, okay, this is gonna be a really bad romance scene. I guess we'll go for this then. Oh, never mind, too late. Whatever. Are you okay?
ちょっと誰？こんなところにケーブル置きっぱなしにしたの。ノノ、ごめんね。
女帝、大丈夫か？
Empress, what?
気にしないで。
That's a strong title. Nono Kurusu. Okay. First student council president of the Hekiho Academy. Is she still the council president?
あのさ、うちの喫茶でキッチン側とそれ以外のこっち側のなんてのお客さんスペースってか。
Oh, but it seems that she's going into this class to specifically talk about the festival. So I guess she still is the student president.
ホール側？
そうそう、ホールだ。そのさ、間を仕切る暗幕の数の調整ってワックンしてくれた？
調整？涌井先生が増田君にそう言ったの？
聞いてない？
ということは絶対やってないでしょうね。
大丈夫？なんか女帝、先生たちから目つけられてんじゃん。てか
生徒会長なんて生徒側から学校側に無理難題を押し付けるためにいるものでしょ。大丈夫、なけなしの権力を振りかざすから。あと増田君、女帝はやめて。
Huh, she's really casual.
ほう、サンキュー、女帝。
At least that's what her sentence structure says.
あなたね。
What? That is a gallant deed. Okay, this guy is amazing.
ノーノー、着ぐるみありがとね。ぴったりだった。
田中、それ私が試着した時最後までファスナー上がらなかったんだけど。地雷？呼び込み禁止にするからね。
ごめん、嘘。ピチピチだから。これは割とマジで。いや、てかどうせ胸で引っかかったんでしょ。
Sorry, what? Zipper.
冗談、期待してるから笑い取ってよ。タクル、話があるの。ちょっと来てくれる？
Interesting. Why would you describe it that way?
Okay,
as if she were being kind.
知らないの？ノノは。
はあ、マジで？
Okay, so outside perception is going in. Interesting. Okay, again, that kind of sentence structure. So it's setting up as if she were not being truthful. That's obvious, but... Oh, well there we go. So he has more information on that. The main
今は
character.
ごめん。事件に関して気づいたことがあって、それをまとめている最中なんだ。
うん。
生徒会文化祭の準備が佳境だろ。だからクルスが落ち着いたらで。
Did you say her wrong name? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, she speaks very casually too, so the assumption is she wants you to speak casually back.
ちょっと来てくれる？物質。来てくれる？
行こうか。物質なあ宮代。
So far, this visual novel has a really good understanding of how sentence structure helps convey a character, as well as how tone of dialogue makes a character appear. It's something that's really difficult, making a character's voice stand out in text. But luckily, this is a visual novel, so even if you're bad at that, you have a few things that you can do, such as the character appearing and their voice popping up.
クルス、ちょっと。
But in certain mediums, like the light novel as an example, which is a little bit more freeform in terms of structure, sometimes light novel authors don't indicate who is speaking. As an example, so, "Hi, how are you doing?" Bob said. "I'm doing just fine," said Kelly. "I just kinda hoped you would have taken me out to dinner." Bob cried in anguish. "I know, I wanted to do that too," right? So then you have an idea of who's speaking. But light novel format, as an example, can go something like this. Man, I really want to go right now. You really want to go? What are you talking about? If I just had just 3 more seconds, I could have finished that test. Okay, well, unfortunately the timer was up, so you should hand me your paper now. I can't. Why can't you do that? Because I need to finish this answer. Excuse me? You're getting extra privilege. See how the voice changes? And you don't need to, like, indicate Bob said this, Kelly said this, because the voice is so strong already. One character is extremely rude, and the other is being more what's considered socially acceptable, I guess.
グラウンドに出す屋台のコンロの数でしょ。やっぱり一つの屋台につき一つで統一する。
Yeah, but how different, like, conventions for writing changes how much you need to emphasize character voice. I find that cool. The visual novel convention, in my opinion, doesn't need you to be as strong on character voice as other, say, mediums.
いや、それは。おう。
But when it's done really well, it's, you know, always a pleasure.
悪いけど例外はなし。校長に掛け合ったけどダメだったから。人数が多くて不満があるところは私が後で直接説明に行く。
了解。いや、じゃなくて、なんで持ち場離れて。
クルス？だから、忙しかったら落ち着いたらでいいって。
もう終わったから。ごめんね、川原くん。急ぎなの。
You know?
宮代、またお前か。今度は何したんだ?
This might be the very first time I'm choosing positive for a guy. Let's go, buddy. I find that your hair is so attractive, and that expression you've given me makes my chest swell from a passion I cannot hold back. Hang on. He was in the same class as Ito, and he was in the same class as me. No. He was in the same class. He was in the same class as I was, so I is correct. And he was the vice president of the student council, correct?
いや、いい。言わなくても分かってる。また例のくだらない記者ごっこだろ？それとも探偵気取りか？
別にその
Well, I'm to a childhood friend from earlier. I don't know. Maybe she's in a different class. I miss her too. She's really cute.
何?
Also, she creates a really much needed balance to the main character, man.
川原君に迷惑はかけてないと思いますけど。
To be fair, though, I haven't gotten used to the main character. It's only been a little while. And he comes off as really abrasive sometimes, but so did Okabe to some degree. Not in the sense of being rude. He was so outlandish that I didn't see it as rude. But he was so out there that it took a while to get used to it. And once I did, it was really good.
かかってるんだよ。クルスの時間が割かれると、同じ生徒会の俺たち全員にな。
Okay, we going hella positive, bro. I happened to glance down at Collar Howard. What? Why? The fasteners seem to be broke. Wow, okay. Copper pride. That gave me an idea. Oh, well, you know, that could have swung in a very different way. Technically, this is still swinging in the way that I kind of envisioned it.
白ブリーフかよ。うわー！宮代、お前何するんだ！
君があんまりうるさいから。
ふざけるな！
川原くん、いいから早く吐きなさい。みっともな。
みっともないって、そんな。
ほら、みんな見てる。
あひどい。ひどすぎる。
Wow. Okay, well, good. If that's what he needs to approach this conversation correctly, then fine. I'm glad with that.
Omae, 小中と不登校だったんだって?
In a positive manner, or like couldn't get into elementary and middle school? He tensed up, which might be a negative manner, but how would you even skip elementary and middle school in a negative manner? I mean, like freaking geniuses, right? Skip grades as an example, so that could be it, but why would he tense up?
川原くん、急いでいるから。
Okay, so she cut off the conversation. Okay, we'll find that out later. Okay, so it was a social cue. I have to get going. So I can't have my time wasted.
Nani ga? 川原くんが言ってたこと。 私が彼に言ったわけじゃないから。
別に気にしてないよ。
嘘。
She's being more abrupt now.
まあまあ。で、何副部長、話があんでしょ。
タクル、あなたちゃんとご飯食べてるの？少し痩せたんじゃない？
Okay, so the reason why I mentioned being abrupt is how quickly you finish what you're saying can be considered rude or a sign of being annoyed. These are just examples, right? And so she took a pause and then she changed how she spoke.
これからどんどん寒くなってくるでしょ。住んでるところの防寒対策とかちゃんとしてるんでしょうね。進路調査、結局就職で提出したんですって。進学で提出しなさいって言ったのに、勉強できないわけじゃないんだから。
What is happening here? Okay. So she said that here's my advice. Tell you're saying go to college, but you said the opposite. Okay.
確かに今からだと厳しいけど、受験なら私が面倒見るってこれも前に言ったでしょ。
I'm getting confused. Are you saying the main character is not smart? What's giving me that impression right now? It's going to get started getting colder, you know? Can you keep warm in the place you're living in? Crap. And I heard you told the teachers you were going to get a job after graduation. I told you to say you were going to get college. It's not like you aren't smart enough. Okay, so first Kurusu is saying, it's not like you're an idiot. You're actually really intelligent. So that's reinforcing that. It's monetary. You're concerned about money. It's getting colder. You keep warm in the place you're living in. Concerned about money. Concerned about you. Okay.
調べたのというより話ってそれ
That's weird, because this guy supposedly values information, so you would want to go to college, but it costs a lot of money, so there's that issue too. And then, maybe he doesn't value college at all?
どうなの？ちゃんと食べてるの？
That sounds really strange to me.
食べてるよ。大丈夫だって。
Oh, she actually really cares though. I find that really... I can relate to that. And I find that really nice of her.
あなた、先週の金曜日、学校サボったでしょ。
Skipped school. Interesting. So, different priority?
サボったよ。別に問題ないだろ。
This girl has some problems with her neck. Oh wow, it is really thin. I just realized. Thank you.
あるに決まってるでしょ。
Is that the case
ど
with
こ
every
で
character?
何してたの？ストレージにアップした画像、あれを撮りに行ってたんじゃないの？
Ah, okay.
苦労したんだ。でもおかげで警察以外まだ誰も見てない現場の画像を撮れた。
こういう事件ばかり追いかけるのをやめなさいって前から言ってるでしょ。
Oh, she's part of the newspaper club too. Okay. Okay, so some things that can be considered dangerous, some things that are a little bit up in the air. And a serial arson case is also very dangerous, but also not likely to be found. Okay, so he's focusing on dangerous or not likely to be found cases. Really? Wow. So she's a good video editor too.
タクル、今回あなたおかしい。学校をサボってまで事件を追うなんて今までなかったでしょ。
今回に関しては学校をサボるのもしょ。
Nope, lost it. Okay, so it's not her. You're talking about the death mysteries that are happening right now. Okay.
なぜ？
だって新聞部を立ち上げてから初めて起こった渋谷での大きな事件じゃないか。こんな美味しいネタ。
美味しい？
おい、縦にすんなって。え、縦なの？てか副部長、何その顔。
美味しいですって？人が死んでるっていうのに？
違います。すいません。
Either she's walking or just background sound. I didn't know scoop had a negative connotation.
おすんなって。ちょっと待って、マジで縦なの？や
ばいやばい。
もう一度言ってくれる？よりによってあなたが人が死んで美味しいですって？
Oh, so the footsteps were actually her. Okay. Oh wow, things never change. What? But we're in a room. Oh, is the window open? Yeah, the window's open. Wait, what? Too late to go back now, but I didn't even see the lines of her underwear. Okay, so either either the first student president is a streaker or it wasn't drawn.
白なんですね。イメージ通りというか。
Okay, it wasn't drawn.
私の下着の色が何色か今関係あんのか
？What? Yeah, exactly. I was like, what the hell is that sound? Who?
あの子はまったく。
Are you seriously playing an MMO in school right now? Even I wasn't allowed to do that, man.
和樹来てたの？
Fuck.
和樹？そうか、ヘッドホン。 円数2でイラついたからって壁を殴るのはやめなさい。
ESO2? Abbreviation of Empire Sweeper Online 2, the sequel to what was once Japan's largest online RPG, MMORPG. Empire Sweeper Online, like its predecessor, it was well received, while the vast majority of users have moved to ESO2. The inability to transfer character data from the first game has caused... Why do I even care about this? Okay.
何度も言ってる。壁へこんでるじゃないもう。
Huh. I really like her... Wow. That's a really interesting outfit. Is there a way for me to remove the bottom UI? Interested in character design here. Okay, I guess I'll save just to make sure. Hang on. Alright, night race car. Okay, is it triangle? No. Is it square? No. It's not X, is it circle? It's circle. Let's see. That outfit is different. Why do they do that? I need the character to the right to turn around, because that's not normal. Yep, that's not normal. At least I don't think so. What's she wearing? Is she wearing an outside jacket on the right? Okay, so there's an inner... Wow, what the hell? That's actually a really interesting design. Why did it do that? It's like the top part is meshed with the inner part. I'm not sure how that functions. How do you do that? Okay, so she's wearing an outside outfit, and on the inside she's wearing a black shirt. So that's what's happening there. What's happening on the right? Huh? It looks like she's wearing a jacket on the outside, and on the inside she's wearing a uniform. But I can't tell. That doesn't naturally make sense to me, because the outfits should be... I find it intriguing, but I'm really confused about how you wear that. What is happening here?
Oh, マジか。よし、すぐ準備する。聞かせてくれ。ぜひ聞かせてくれ。
Okay, on the left, it makes a lot more sense. He's wearing an outside jacket, on the inside you have your normal school wear. Let me see what people are saying. A lot of uniforms have an outer shirt like that. Jacket is just under the collar. The jacket is just under the collar. So the collar is not attached to the normal uniform? You can take it off? Maybe it's a uniform that you can button up. I don't know, but I find that really cool. No, it has to be a jacket. It makes zero sense. I have to look at the character design again. White shirt, black vest, black jacket. Okay. Were they aware of that when they made that for her? I think it's okay. It's fine.
PC 立ち上げてストレージの画像プリントアウトしてくれ。
了解だ。
Hang on. Let me heat up some food. So, I don't really feel sleepy right now, but when I wake up later today, because it's already 26, I have to begin working on my article, which I'll probably finish in a day. So, if I finish my article in a day, which I will, I'll probably continue doing more Chaos Child. It's really easy to stream. I find it really relaxing, and it's something to do for you guys to hang out with me, if you're interested. That's really about it for now. I'm just gonna put something in the microwave, and I'll be right back, okay? But if you're new to this channel for whatever reason, and, I don't know, you're enjoying my possibly insightful commentary, I don't even know. I would love it if you followed us on FinestKO, and I'll be right back. Food is calling. Okay, I am back. Press the hold before you go. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, so as a random bit of conversation, I'm still thinking about how tropes are used in anime to depict characteristics of a character's personality. So I'm of the opinion that not all tropes are bad. It's how you use it. And there's been a lot of recent works. Sure, I'll say recent works and not even recent, whatever, it doesn't matter. There's been works that have been talking about how tropes in anime can be used to critique the anime industry in terms of writing, but also how to elaborate on a character and build upon the idea that when a character is designed a certain way, the person who's looking at the character has certain assumptions, and those assumptions carry on a kind of connotation with it. So, as an example, tsundere, right? Twin-tailed, blonde, kind of... Yeah, this is twin-tailed blonde, let's go for that for now, okay? So then, bam, you already have those kind of ideas that pop into your head based on the archetype. And then from there, the question is what you're saying about that archetype. You're saying either something that has value, or you're just repeating the archetype because you don't know how to write a character. So if you know what you're doing when you're writing a character, then why are you using the archetype, right? So if they're doing it on purpose, then it's could possibly be expounding upon the idea and association of ideas with that character. It's kind of like doing an homage. So, an homage in literature is a way of showing respect to someone. If you make an homage to something, you're saying, I respect this person's work, that I'm willing to put it in my own work. I'll look up a definition of homage to explain it better to you, in case you don't know what that means. It happens in rap. It happens in music a lot. And if you don't understand the background of it, then it can come off as ripping something, right? Not being original. But it says, homage, noun, special honor or respect shown publicly. So how I'm reading how tropes are being used now is kind of like calling up a cultural background of how an archetype has been developed, or how a song has been developed, or how a character or story has been developed, right? And that's what really got me interested in character design, because I'm really curious about how design gives you extra information. So UI design, as an example, clothing design, character design, which leads to archetypes.
盾にしやがって気まずすぎんだろ。こんなもん10-0の巻き込まれ事故じゃねえか。
それは謝るけど、でも今回はまだマシだ。手が出なかったから。
Yeah, I think it goes down to execution now at this point. How things that could have been like considered weaknesses are changing in stories.
手って副部長?
Also, OBS, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. I mean, depending on how much you participate in, I guess, anime culture, I guess I'll go for that for now. There's certainly been... I'm eating at the same time, I'm so sorry. There's certainly been discussion about how anime is kind of too circular, is one way to describe it. Too Self-exposing? No. There's a word I can use to describe it, but it's a really strong negative connotation. I'll use it for now and try to figure out a different word. But there's this discussion about how anime is really... begins with an I, and I just forgot the word. Incestual. There we go. And the concept behind that is that it builds upon itself too much without bringing in original ideas. And to name a few people who believe in that, Miyazaki would be one. Who else is another? I don't know. Certainly, some fans think that's the same case. When you hear the argument of like how incestuous, yeah, you hear the argument about how modern day anime has lost its roots and lost its value. That's kind of the same kind of argument, that there's nothing new anymore, nothing original is being made. So then, there's this strange kind of counter movement that's happening right now, which I don't know if it's being really evidently promoted. As in, there's no one's really saying, I'm holding a sign saying, here, we're doing a counter movement. I don't think that's really happening. But there's some type of switch that's happening in the culture right now, where people are taking what's considered stereotypes of the anime genre and trying to do a flip on it. So yes, it's still within anime, building within anime, but it's creating what's old and making it new. That's the original concept. So as an example of that, Madoka, right? And if you look into who watches Madoka, a lot of it isn't newcomers. It's a lot of people within the anime industry watching Madoka. So no normies in the terms of what's being said here in this game. K-On! Is considered a highlight of anime being original, which is really strange to me. But if you look at who watches K-On!, it's 1/3 of it is female. Some mixture of it is otaku, aka people who are really interested in anime, and a lot of normies. Is normie a derogatory word? I feel kind of bad using that word, but you know what I mean when I say it. And that's funny, because I find slice of life and school settings to be incredibly unoriginal, especially when it comes to anime. And yet, the director of K-On!, Naoko Yamada, is considered one of the youngest and most prestigious directors out there in the anime market. She is the one who directed A Silent Voice, aka Koi no Katachi. So if you've seen that movie, she does a good job. And I was really impressed about how aware she was about body language and subtle nuance. Anyway, I'll just bring out information about how people's perceptions of anime being self-perpetual is slowly changing. And I'm curious about how writers who are invested in the industry are trying to address that question. Address that question. How can we make original works from something that seems to be too focused on itself?
Majika. そんな、なんていうか、ありなの？そんなことする女子高生本当にいんのか？ヒスかエスっ子手前じゃん。
ねえ、あなた方、陰口は聞こえないように言えって言われないの？
いや、そのセリフを言ったことはあるんだけどね。それもついさっき教室で。
Well, hang on. Obviously, it's hard to make something original, and there's always that argument that nothing's original, but I'm not going there. Hang on.
So?
I'll make one statement, then I'm gonna eat. Okay, I'm really, really hungry. So if you're aware, a lot of modern day anime, let's say within the last few years, let's go for that, have come from an original source that isn't anime, aka original anime is very rare nowadays, and there's a couple of reasons of why. One is a risk, right? You have no former background, no former grouping of fans that can help cushion expectations that need to be met profit-wise for that original anime to be done well, okay? So then, one of the ways to solve that issue of, like, can we meet profit expectations is to adapt from a different work. Koi no Katachi was originally a manga. It wasn't an original movie. There's tons of light novels that got adapted to anime. That's a very common thing now. Overlord, freaking Konosuba, every freaking isekai anime. What's another example? DS Array is not a light novel, but it was a visual novel. You get what I'm saying, right? And so, I'm not talking about visual novels for now, because I haven't dived that heavily into them recently, but in the light novel market, it is getting really redundant right now in terms of how stories are doing the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And that's really hurting originality. So if your argument is anime is perpetuating its same themes over and over and over again, you can look towards the original sources and go like, okay, maybe that's the reason why. And I'm not entirely sure of why that's happening right now, why the light novel medium is doing every freaking isekai story, or how, for some reason, titles now are like the longest fucking title in the world to showcase how it's different and yet have the same things that you might like. So here's an example of a light novel story. I can't believe I've been warped into a new world with a yandere otome princess and a Mao tsundere girl who happens to really like MMORPGs. Okay, so bam, you have a gigantic ass title with a bunch of tropes in them. You have the isekai trope, you have the Mao trope, you have the tsundere, you have the yandere. So if you like those things, you can fucking Google it. In fact, that's what I do. I'm not even kidding. Whenever I want to read an isekai of a very specific type of story, I Google terms, and then bam, I find it. Hilariously enough. So, what made that story I told you unique? It was the combination of a bunch of tropes. That's a very common thing you'll find in light novels now. And so, I'm hoping that somehow the industry is going to figure out... Excuse me, I just burped. I'm hoping that somehow the industry is going to figure out some way of finding a good balance of taking the amateur market, which essentially, in my opinion, is the light novel market, and trying to forge original ideas. And so the creative direction of how these stories are going will start a new movement. So the idea that anime is too self-perpetuating kind of gets pushed to the side. It's getting addressed, right, by allowing new thoughts to come in. So I don't know what your perception is of anime, but that was mine. And I can kind of defend that with things that I'm noticing in the industry and interviews and stuff like that. It's perfectly fine to have a different opinion than mine. But I am concerned about how original stories are being handled in the medium, because I care. Like, another example about how original stories are kind of scary to do in terms of profitability, Redline. Redline was a movie that took, for lack of my memory, years upon years upon years upon years of making. And it's heavily... How do I describe it? It's heavily drawn. Does that help you? No? I'm trying to think of a better way. Frame by frame, they spent a lot of effort to draw that movie as beautifully as possible. Does that make sense? I hope it does. But here's the thing. Redline did not make enough money to cover its expenses. And so the possibility of more original works coming into the industry is getting kind of questioned. Where do we go from there if original works aren't getting enough attention and only adaptations are being kind of profitable and supported financially? If that's the only option, then I'm scared of how the medium is gonna go. I ultimately don't really care about the financial industry of anime. I care about the stories. I care about how it influences people and how it brings you not just entertainment, but some type of like meaning and value. I'm coming from an author perspective here. So, I don't know. It's something that I'm really curious about. I'm doing research on the side. And I I'm not entirely sure the visual novel market is feeling that kind of like redundancy right now in terms of story. But I enjoy what this author writes, and I enjoy what certain other visual novel writers write. And so I still take like a lot of entertainment from the visual novel medium. Why did this even begin in the first place? I don't remember. I think it began because I was talking about visual design and how that depicts personal characteristics of the story. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. I was essentially defending that tropes aren't all bad. Okay, so I spent a lot of time speaking. I hope you'll forgive me if I need to eat right now. I'm starving.
おごりだ。決定だ。大盛りにデザートだ。異論は認めん。
合コじゃん、今のは。
なあ。見たか？見たよな。
見てないよ。
Wow. Yeah, see? He's not wearing any... Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go positive. Whoops! No! Whoop! No! 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 Oh my god, I skipped it by accident. Hang on. So L1 apparently skips dialogue even if you haven't read it already. Hang on. Really? That's strange. Why did it skip it then? Read only. Okay. Luckily, quick load exists. 10:25. This should be it. Yeah, L2 is how I do that. That's the reason why. Alright, back to eating.
和樹、手伝わなくていい。この件については部の活動と認めてないから。
そうなんだ。
I have no idea if Inuyashiki was popular. It was a... Okay, well, obviously you probably noticed. Inuyashiki was written by the same... Why am I talking? I'm hungry, man. Written by the same mangaka as Gantz. I'm really unsure it was popular or not. It had a lot of strange reception in the West. Not that it was localized in the West. You know what I'm talking about. But how the panels were done. So many chapters.
まだ手赤いわ。もっとさすってあげるから。
Had very little dialogue, but it did one thing that I think is actually valuable. And that's it depicted a person who isn't typically shown in freaking anime stories, which is a freaking old man. And it made him valuable and actually worthwhile to some degree. I'm not sure if you really stuck with the catch of that manga though. But hey, it's interesting enough. I'll give it its try. What is happening? Wow, I said it. Okay. Well, this is the... You know what? When I chose positive, I'm pretty sure I was inviting myself into this.
痛かったでしょ？どうしてそんな無茶をするの？どう？まだ痛い？痛いの痛いの飛んでけー。カズキどうしたの？急に抱きついて。まあ、甘えん坊さんなんだから。あ、もしかして私がしばらく部室に来られなかったから寂しかったの？
Dude, please let her stay online.
じゃあわからないわ。ほら、私の目を見て、ちゃんと答えて。
Remember, this isn't really happening. This is his perception. Which is, incredibly tropey and very lacking in depth and very uncharacteristic. And so when the girl with the headphones is saying, it's not that she's saying, it's what he thinks of her. Does she really say nothing ever?
寂しかったんでしょ？違う？
Wow.
照れちゃって可愛いのね。ごめんね、寂しい思いさせて。でも安心して、今日はずっと和樹と一緒にいてあげるから。
Yeah, this is how you know someone's socially aware or not. Oh my god.
私もあなたと一緒にいられて嬉しい。
It pretty much means that... I'm not finished eating, by the way. It pretty much means that he only has references in fiction. AKA, he has no real conception of what people are like.
手の痛みはもう引いた？まだ？じゃあ、とっておきのおまじない。
Is there a reason? What the f... Is there a reason why your character trips balls constantly? I don't know. It might actually be something that's story related. Because right now, I have the choice of going positive or negative or neutral. Maybe he's being influenced by something that's outwards that's making him trip a lot. And maybe by making these decisions to not go neutral, I'm ruining my chances of getting a good ending. I don't know.
和樹の指、細くてとっても綺麗。
おい、何ぼんやりしてるんだ
？Okay, but here's the thing. Let's say, realistically, this happens a lot, and it's happening a lot. If he's gonna be in a dangerous situation, and then my choices are positive or negative, I can't imagine that's gonna get him out. But at the same time, that's a gameplay element. Of course it's gonna get him out. Logically, though, this guy daydreams a lot in a situation where he could actually get killed. That is scary.
Yeah, 別に。
And obviously that's gonna happen because we're fucking investigating murders here. Yeah, it's just a game mechanic with no story explanation at the moment. It might be a Chaos Child ability for all I know, or it just might be him being extremely delusional, who knows. But the two events that we saw at the beginning of the game are implying that perception is very important for this particular story. Sorry, go back. She'd been part of the newspaper club for 6 months, and all I knew about her was that she liked games, knew a lot about computers, and hated talking. Well, that came off really well in your delusion. And she might be Yuri. Okay, if Cruz was going to listen, it was probably better to start at the beginning. Okay, so this is actually give a shit, so I gotta pay attention now. She didn't seem interested in the cases, but if I ignored her, it made her even madder. Even Ito as a shield wouldn't be enough to save me. Okay, so a small thing that appears in like directing. When you need to pay attention, they'll play different music. It happens in freaking everything.
今僕らが追っている事件は2つ。まず1つ目は今月の7日に起きたニコニア生放送公開自殺事件、通称こっちみんな。
9/7 September. Okay.
場所はここ、ジンナン。事件の内容は名前の通りニコニア動画で生放送していた男が放送中に突然自殺した。
Okay, so repeated information.
厳密に言うと完全に自殺と決まったわけじゃないんだけど、死んだ時の状況からそう言われてる。名前は大谷優馬、21歳。俺氏未来が見えてしまう件についてっていう預言者もどきみたいな放送を定期的にやって結構アクセス数を稼いでいたニア生主。
Okay, he didn't look like an old... Sorry, he didn't look like a young man, but given his backstory, that makes sense that he's 21.
で、その状況だけど、まず放送中に大谷氏はコメントを設ける時間を取って一旦カメラ前から姿を消す。その後ドアがノックされて誰かが来たらしい音をわずかだけどマイクが拾ってる。聞き取れないけど何かを話す声も。そしてカメラ前に戻ってくると右腕が半分なくなってた。細かく切断されて自分が持ってきた皿の上に乗ってたんだ。
That's peculiar. Tommy gave the audience some time to ask questions. He left the camera's field of view, assumedly to the left, presumably. After that, there was a sound of someone knocking at the door. It was faint, with the mic picked it up. There's also some voices, but you can't make them out. Next, when he came back in front of the mirror, in front of the camera, which splits the freaking room in half. Okay, in the middle is the camera, on the left is the door, on the right is the kitchen. So, he came back with his arm chopped from the door, would be the assumption here, because how would you avoid the camera as you're going to the kitchen where you're chopping? Unless they fucked up writing here. Half of his right arm. He probably means this. When he came back in front of the camera and focused on the camera, half of his right arm was missing. So him walking across the room, he does not consider being back in front of the camera. Unless something is... Whatever, I'll let it go for now.
そしてその指を自分で食べた。まるで痛みを感じていない素振りで。
Huh. I know how news is handled in Japan is different than how it's handled in America, but I guess that's believable. They would restrict that kind of information. Okay.
そして少し経ってからいきなり苦しみ出して死亡した。見ていた人は事件として発覚するまでいたずらか何かだと思っていたみたい。
出血性ショック死な。警察の発表でもそうなってたし、混沌するまでの時間を考えても間違いない。
The reason why I'm paying attention is this is a mystery visual novel. I will have to solve this eventually. Okay.
何らかの理由で精神が錯乱した上での自殺って見解が濃厚らしいけど、 警察は自殺の直前に部屋を訪ねてきた誰かを探しているらしい。もしかしたら自殺幇助や自殺教唆の疑いがあるんじゃないかって。
Okay, I'm obviously willing to agree with that assessment, that the people who visited the room caused this. It seemed obvious. Aiding in a suicide or encouraging someone to commit suicide was illegal. Okay, so they're trying to pin a crime on the people who visited the room, aka you made him do suicide. That's actually illegal. Okay. You're right.
2つ目は19日に起きた事件。死体の状況から音漏れ炭っていう通称がついてる。
Okay, so is this actually the singer, aka the person that we saw in the second scene? It was in September, and I think it was on the 15th, if I remember correctly. But this happened on the 19th, so that wasn't shown yet?
場所はここ、深セン。
Okay, let's see.
名前は高柳桃音。
Nope, that's her.
20歳。ニコニアの歌ってみたの歌い手で、最近ネットで有名になってきてるアニメソングのコピーバンドのボーカル。
So there was some weird gap, aka the people met her, then on the 19th she actually dies.
復興祭のステージで歌うことも決まってた。バンドの派手な衣装を着たまま一人でストリートライブもしていて、晴れの日は毎日決まった場所、決まった時間で演奏していたらしい。その日はいつもの場所にかなり遅刻して現れてライブを始めた。
All streamers, huh? She made a video on Nico Nico in the something division category. I'm not sure if that was live or if that was I recorded a video and put it into this category. But regardless, it's technology based.
だけど何か様子がおかしかった。声が小さくていつもの感じじゃなかったらしい。そして結局ライブの最中に死亡した。こっちも失血死。ライブを始める前からお腹を刺傷していたんだ。
Huh. Okay, that wasn't her intention originally. She was going to go home, make a recording, and avoid singing in concerts. So when she got met by those people, her thoughts changed.
妙なのがやっぱり遺体の状況で。伊藤、再生してくれ。
Oh, we have a video.
おう。
マジでマジで
死んでるってマジで死んでるって救急車呼べって
KS Takuswa?
ああ、そっちじゃなくて渋谷ニュースが音声いじってアップしてくれた方。
Ah, so he has a different video with better audio. Okay.
ああ、そっちだよな。
死んでるってマジで死んでるって救急車呼べって
Okay, that sounds really fuzzy. AK, that's most likely not her voice, and the intention that she was going to do was record her voice onto something and then have it being played, because she was really concerned that her voice controlled people. Yeah, if you just popped in, there is a technology fear kind of horror going on and a cult horror going on as well. Okay, so she did do it then?
ありがとう。ゆっくりしていってね。
But
常連のお客さんによれば、いつも彼女はこの一言からストリートライブを始めていたんだって。
ニアドユーザーだからな。なんでも歌ってみたの歌い手の中では彼女のライブが一番だって最近評判だったらしいぞ。
今のは
悲鳴は死体を発見したお客さんたちのもの。動画で撮っていた人がいたんだ。で、今のは高柳さん自身の声で、お腹に埋め込まれていた小型のスピーカーから聞こえてきたんだ。
Oh, there we go.
つまりその日のライブは最初から録音されたものだったんだよ。
後で発見された証拠によると、彼女はコンビニで売ってるカッターで自分で自分の腹を裂いて、ガムテープで止血とも呼べない適当な応急処置をした後、着ている服と衣装でその傷を隠してライブを始めたんだ。最初は録音した自分の声に合わせてギターを弾いていたらしいんだけど、途中からは歌声だけになった。それからはうつむきっぱなしだったみたいだから、その時にはすでに死亡してたんじゃないかな。だけどお客さんは様子がおかしいとは思いながらも、彼女のポケットに入れていた携帯音楽プレイヤーが傷から流れた血液で壊れたのか、最初からそういう設定だったのか。とにかくさっきの音声トラックがリピート再生されるまで死んでいるとは気づかなかった。な、すごいだろ。
で、
ん？
ここまでは単にこれまでの事件の整理だろ。発見ってのは？
Yeah, fair enough. That's pretty much just... Well, that last part, we didn't know until just now.
当然だけど、両方とも事件の目的はわからない。今のところ唯一の不審人物である大谷氏の部屋を訪ねてきた人間が何者で何を考えて何を話したのかも見当がつかない。でも僕はこの妙な事件はまだ続くと思う。被害者の共通点からの推測でしかないけどね。
は？マジか？共通点に関しては散々話し合ったろ。分かったのは渋谷に住んでることとニア道のユーザーだったこと。あとはまあ2人ともある程度の知名度があって自殺した状況が異常だってことくらいか。でもそんなもんじゃそれ以上のことは何も見えてこなかっただろう。
気づかないか？別の共通点。
偉そうにしよってからに。そもそもこっちの気を引くようにプリントアウトしてるやつはなんだ？
じらさなくていいから。何を見つけたの？
What are you doing? Is that all you say? And you're kind of cute, I'll be honest with you, but is that all you say?
ありがとう。
Oh, you handed it to me. Thank you. I wasn't understanding. Huh. You know, maybe his delusion was more accurate than I thought it would be. What is... What? Lollipop?
Huh?
You gave this to me? Okay, thank you.
くれるのどうも。
What a character. Huh?
和樹どうした？
Are you making a statement? I can't understand. She's knocking.
そう。日付だよ。7日、19日。
Okay, the dates, the 7th and 19th. 12 days apart.
共通点。9月7日と9月19日。渋谷で発生した異常な事件。
If those were major
わかるだろ。
deaths in Shibuya 6 years ago, it would make sense.
うん。猟奇マニアのお前ならわかるだろ。9月7日集団ダイブ。9月19日妊娠男。
Ah, I remember at least that one. That was really awkward.
9月29日貼り付け。
I remember that one too.
10月10日ヴァンパイア。
I don't remember that one. I think I remember that one.
10月28日うまい手。
Don't remember that one. Okay, so I remember some things from Chaos Head. The point is, we have dates now that if they keep getting repeated, that's a problem. So you have a timeline of when these people will die.
11月4日ドキュンパズル。
ニュージェネレーションの狂気。
Let's take a look at this again. The name of a series of brutal serial killings that took place in Shibuya between December 7th and November 4th. In all, 40 people were killed across 7 incidents. The name New Generation Madness was created by the media at the time and referenced both to the bizarre nature of the killings and the way the youth of Shibuya seemed to welcome and enjoy them. Yeah. The dates and names of each murder are as below. Okay, we have 10 days until the next murder, if that is going to happen. Okay, what's the date right now? When I save, does it let me know? It tells me the date of when I save it, as in real life, but not actually the date in the game. Okay. Six Girls in 2009. Okay, so it is 2015 now. All right.
「日付が6年前の事件とぴったり一致してるんだ。事件も自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく猟奇的だという点で同じ。
偶然でしょ。
Well, I mean, if you're worried about getting caught in a serial murder, you should bounce Shibuya for a month.
副部長？
No, seriously, you should. I would do that, if that's seriously a concern.
何でも関連付けて大きくしたがるのはやめなさい。2つたまたま
偶然かそうではないかはすぐにわかるよ。ニュージェネ第3の事件が起こったのは9月29日。今日だ。
Wow, okay. You're gonna wait this... The very first thing you should have said was... No, don't you have a moral... But you're part of a newspaper club. there should be a moral obligation to the truth, and then there's the concern about people's lives. There's that too.
もし今日渋谷でまた妙な事件が起こったら、その時は間違いない。偶然が3つ続くなんて放っておける要素じゃないだろう。はい、もしもし。
事件だ。いや、事故？とにかくタクの言う通りのことが起きたかもしれないんだよ。
A love hotel in Dogenzaka, 5 minutes from the Shibuya station. Okay. Here's the thing, though. The person who's doing this is able to program, for lack of a better word, program these people to do certain things. So you could say that these people are already dead and already being programmed to supposedly die in a certain day. So they die on the dates of when the murders happened 6 years ago. But if I were the murderer with that kind of power, I would go to someone's house, say hello, knock, 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 in whatever way I'm doing it. I would kill them there, program them to die on the dates, or appear to be dead on the dates of when those things happened. Because, as we already know, with the second event that happened in the visual novel, which was the death of that singer, I'm pretty sure it was on, the 15th. That was when that event happened, when the knock happened, and she got stabbed. And, yeah, that was cool. So then on the 19th is when people found out she died. So you have to go even sooner to save these people if you're able to abuse that kind of power. Which means that, I don't know, 5 days from now, someone could already be killed. But I'm not sure how this story is going to work. To me, the deaths already happened earlier. Fairy stance?
こっち。
何があった？
Are you actually at the scene of the crime?
わかんない。さっきゲンさんと107の近くですれ違った時に、ここで何かが起きたって教えてくれたの。
相変わらずあの人はよくわかんないな。どこから仕入れてるんだ、そんな情報。便利だからいいけど。
Oh, he's a homeless man? Okay.
でも大事なのは間違いないっぽいよ。さっき中に入ってった警察の人が応援呼んでたみたいだし。
お前、こういう時だけ足早いな。
なんだ、クルスも来たのか。
Yeah, okay. Well, she's busy on her video gaming.
で、事件か？なんだそりゃ。単に血は喧嘩かなんかで騒ぎになったんじゃねえの？
それだけでわざわざ応援なんて呼ぶか？それに今日は29日なんだぞ。
だから気にしすぎだって言ってるでしょ。あ 早く学校に戻りましょう。学生がいていい場所じゃない。監視カメラに映っているのが問題になったらどうするの？
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's so many security cameras here now. Wait. There's so many security cameras here now. How do they not have video evidence of where these people are moving? Right? Wouldn't that be the first fucking thing you would do as a police in the new type of like police state with a bunch of video cameras? I'll be like, hey, where did this person move via the video cameras that we can check in the city? Or is that not allowed? Or did they simply move along routes if there's no video camera? That's already suspicious as fuck. Huh? The third floor of the Love Hotel. The windows in one of the rooms facing the alley were open. You're gonna go into the room, buddy?
なあ、普通こういうとこって窓開いてないもんだよな。
Yeah, you wouldn't because it's a love hotel. You don't want sound going out for obvious reasons.
ん？まあそうなんじゃねえの？使ったことなんかねえからわかんねえけど。あ。
Yeah, exactly. Huh? Oh, you're saying this song that I'm hearing right now is actually the music box? Oh! The building across from the open window was another low hotel, but had no windows on that side. Huh. I'm trying to figure out how to get into that room. Although that would be very risky, but I'm thinking about it right now.
バレないように中に入れれば。
The parking meters? Why?
裏口ぐらいどっかにあるだろうから、応援の警察が来る前に済まそう。伊藤、そっち側から回ってくれ。
You're okay with this? Have you ever seen a dead body?
僕はこっち側から。
ちょっとタクル、こっち見なさい。
Yeah, no kidding.
ダメ。こんなの部活の範疇じゃないでしょ。私の言うことが聞けないの？
I mean, what's the argument against that? Yeah, I agree with her. You shouldn't be putting yourself in this position, and it could actually spark trouble going towards you, especially in a new police state, essentially. But if you're talking on the moral level, if you going into that room somehow allows you to deduce the murders that will be happening in the future, shouldn't you try? I don't know which one I would go for.
しかもここ、いかがわしいホテルでしょう。それに、もし妙なことに巻き込まれたらどうするの？
You're still talking about her thin neck? Just look higher, guys. She has a very lovely expression right now.
停学にでもなったらどうするつもり？姉として弟を危険な目に遭わせるわけにはいかないの。
弟というか、 家族でも何でもないじゃんか。僕たちは。
Might have been a little bit abrupt in that music, though. Well, that transition was something else. But that's interesting, huh? Okay, I don't think they mean literal family, but close enough to be family. Otherwise, why would she react like that?
ちょっとセリカ、何して。
Also, it could
喧嘩は
explain.
ダメだよ、のんちゃん。タク、5人でみんな仲良くが新聞部のモットーでしょ。
Okay, let's say they're actually literally family. So then he has memory issues, which case would explain the mechanics of the game.
しんちゃんも止めなきゃダメじゃん。
いや、つうかどこ行ってたんだ？
ああ、そうだ。喧嘩してる場合じゃないんだよ、タク。裏のドア開いてる。
We're gonna do this?
喉乾いて自販機なくてホテルの中ならあるだろうと思って裏のドア見つけて開けて中入って自販機やって、さすが妖精のダンスじゃん、やるじゃんって思って買って一気飲みしてたら、あれって。
んだよそれ。
お前いつも後先考えずに突き進むよな。
タク、どうするの？
二人で行こう。カップルの方がいざという時にごまかしが効くかもしれない。
I don't think love hotels are allowed to put students inside them. Just saying.
Okay.
Okay, well, alright. Maybe I'll learn something tonight. I feel kind of bad for you. Yeah, that didn't go well. You didn't even resolve that issue. Well, I guess we'll put that on the back burner.
Kaidan, 向こうなんだけどな。
It's a quiet atmosphere. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe you would want that.
ですから、人を早くよこしてください。いや、それは新庄さんに聞いてください。
You need backup? Well, I mean, if there's a murder, of course you would need backup, right? In case maybe the murderer is around, or you need like information or something like that. Or just to hold down the scene so no one just pops in like this.
はい、それは間違いありません。確認しました。ですがこちらでは判断が。いえ、
くそ。
タク、行くよ。
え？
早く。
おい！ 部屋から出るなと言っているだろう。はい。いえ、すいません、大丈夫です。それより早く応援を。
無茶するなよ。
でもタクの言った通りだったじゃん。細か
びっくりした。
I wonder if there's any more evidence besides just that one room. Maybe you can find out how they entered. I mean, wouldn't they just enter from the front door? Yeah, but they wouldn't want to be seen though, and there's a lot of security cameras in this new Shibuya. So maybe it did enter another way. Let's see. But again, the murder could happen before the date.
外から見たあの場所が現場かどうかはわからないけど、とりあえず3階から当たろう。そこが外れだったら他の場所を見ていく。警察の応援が来たらそこで切り上げ。でも警察の様子から見て、やっぱり何か事件があったんだ。絶対に取って帰ろう。
オッケー。
Man, but 3 murders so close to each other, that's gonna create a huge alarm.
.そういえばタク、まだのんちゃんと喧嘩しちゃってるんだね。
喧嘩ってわけじゃないよ。
I wonder how a cult like this story gets.
でもまだクルスって呼んでるんでしょ。気持ちはわかるけど、なんとかならないかな。
So you stopped calling her first name, which is why she's so bothered by it. Okay.
Taku.
Oh.
Okay.
誰もいないみたい。
So there was a third door. No, on the 3rd floor, there was an open window. But for some reason, the cop is on a different floor. Why is that?
Yes.
I guess we're about to find out. Oh, it's a love hotel. That means there's 2 people. At least. So that means on the 3rd floor, someone could have died. Okay. Yeah, I actually never thought. This could be kind of creepy too. The fact that there's no lighting whatsoever.
Taku?
That's a very peculiar feeling. Also, it's the same type of overlay as the first scene.
どうしたの？
なんでもない。なんか変じゃないか。
そりゃ 暗いからなんか不気味だけど、雰囲気作りとかじゃないの？
This shitting lighting? You're kidding me? Really? I mean, if it's creepy, would you particularly feel romantic? I mean, it's part of the atmosphere too. Someone died here, or supposedly. $14.07. A 2007 American horror film about a hotel room where all the occupants commit suicide. Based... Oh. Well. I get it now. Did I watch that movie? I don't think so. I think I did, actually. You burned the room and then you won, right?
Ikuzo.
Wrong movie. Wow, that's a creepy ass door. Do you want me to make a choice right now? Wow. I did a quick save too. Which I just did twice by accident. How does this work? It's not looping. Interesting. I'll do a manual save. Positive or negative? Your call, guys. For something like this, logically I would go neutral though. I don't want a different perception fucking over information that I need.
覗き穴とかないの？
Well, the best way for me to help understand the story is to play every single one and figure it out. I think I'll probably go for neutral as the correct choice. I'll play on negative first, then we'll go positive, and then we'll go neutral.
ああ、そっか。
おい、何を。
ノック。
お前な。
Well, I mean, if you enjoyed Root Double, I'm happy. Okay, obviously this is not real. Well, awkward. Well, it didn't. Thank God. No, seriously. Given how this guy thinks, everything is really stereotypical. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Also, geez, shit, man. Normally, you consider that bad writing too. Lucky that it actually fits his character.
覗き穴とかないの？
ここはラブホテル。
ああ、そっか。
おい、何を。
ノック。
お前な。
タク、見ちゃダメ。
あ、いえ。
そういうんじゃないんで。
Well, things got even more awkward, but I think this is why we're gonna go with neutral.
タク、どうしよう。
お前、なんでちょっと入る気になってるんだ。
だって気持ちよくなりたいし。
Just do it quick, LOL.
Wow, that's the perfect line.
状況じゃないだろ。
覗き穴とかないの？
Okay, we're going neutral.
ここはラブ。
ああ、そっか。
おい、何を。
ノック。
お前な。
開かないね。鍵をこっそり借りてくればよかったかな。
Well, of course it's not opening. Which would mean they killed themselves in the room and locked it, if this is the worst case scenario. I mean, do you know how to pick a lock? Is that even easy? I have no idea. Why am I asking Serica that? I don't think she would actually know.
タク？どうしたの？
いや、いい。警察もいないし、この階じゃないのかもな。
What was that sound?
隣からだったよな。
多分。
Okay, so say the murderer is in there. This would be a bad decision. But given how the story is structured, not likely to be the murderer, just the victim.
뭐戻った方がいいか。
Why has the most obvious situation not popped up in his head? Okay, well, I don't consider this guy a genius. Let's go with that for now. That sound. What the hell is that? Oh, you're squeezing the strap? The thing that... Why? Okay, I understand. You're nervous. huge dead silence right now. It's fitting. It's deafening. It's killing me. Oddly, this one looks a little less frightening. That's kind of funky. Hey, when you open that door, use a cloth or something. Yeah, just saying you don't want your fingerprints to be leading back to you if you're not actually the killer here. No? Okay. What? Yeah, move away from the door. No, seriously? That's the first thing you do? If it's unlocked, then wouldn't you think someone on the other side did it for you? Okay, buddy. Smart. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go. I wonder if this game has jump scares. There was a sound.
なんか金属がきしむ音みたいな。
I mean, is that person actually dead? Oh, well, that person's... Is that a police officer? Yeah, it is. Huh? The glass behind them was shattered. Okay, what is happening here? I don't understand. The window in the back, that's the one that we saw. There's a glass right here. What is that? Is that like the freaking shower room?
やばい。
There's a sound. There's something behind the curtains. Maybe someone hung themselves and they're making that sound. Ah! That looks like something is... Okay, well, do you want to look at that or not? What? Hang on. The bed was rotating. Sorry, what? The door is locked? Well, there was always that issue, yeah. When did it close? You didn't...
なんで開かないんだよ。
Okay, so how do we do this one appropriately? Do not open that door. Is it gonna give me a choice, I wonder? It was coming from this door. It's not actually stopping? That's getting way more awkward. The room just lit up? Okay, well, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I agree. Especially since a lot of things have been very awkward about how we were introduced into this room. Huh? Oh, cool. Don't open that door. Okay, so the only way for us to leave without opening that door is to go from the third floor window. Okay, that's interesting. We're also completely... Hi! Are you okay? A ball hit you? September 30th, 2015. That is the day after.
新庄さん、所持品と防犯カメラの映像から親族に裏取れました。死亡したのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住のフリーターで更新でマーケティングのアルバイトをしていたようです。
Question: A venture capital company located in Shibuya that participated in the post-earthquake reconstruction business. After using massive amounts of money to monopolize the construction companies, okay, so they benefited off of the earthquake. They profited off of it, and they're using that money to go into other ventures. Okay, got it.
更新でバイト？恋人は？
いません。同居人もなし。一人暮らしだったようです。
I wonder if that's common among all the victims.
くそ。
Okay, next. Am I dead? Am I on the floor right now?
「信者さん、マスコミへの対応どうしますか？海読みテレビやニコニアのネット記者が引き下がらなくて。
それから現場にいた例の子たちですが、壁報の新聞部と言っていた2人、状態は落ち着いたみたいなんですが、やはりところどころ要領を得ません。
Okay, so I'm not dead.
もう一人の女の子も身元を示すものを何も持っていなく、柿田の交友関係、親戚筋から洗っていますが、まだ当たりません。
あと、先ほど検視の方から問い合わせが。
待て、勝手に。
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。すいません。一体何が起こって。
Nico has news? The fuck? Get off here.
出て行け。許可なく入るな。
Yeah, no, seriously.
一言お願いします。
You wanted to be on this case? Why? Ah.
窓枠の鑑識が終わったらすぐに外から見えないようにしといてくれ。あのネット記者は最近何するかわからん。
はい。
検視は俺が直接対応する。それから会社の仕事回りへの人数を増やしてくれ。上には。
はい。それで例の子たちは？
それも俺が持つ。じゃよろしく頼む。
はい。
What about the girl that had bloody eyes? Is she okay?
よし。俺です。 あ、すいません。先輩の性格まで見習うつもりはありませんよ。百瀬さん、そんなことより相談したいことがあるんです。
Ah, okay, so you cut off the chain of command. That's why it was considered rude. Excuse me. This is a visual novel game. And it's murder mystery thriller. The genre, I mean. Right now, we can't tell if the killer is a person, which it would logically make sense, or it's something occultic. There's not much gameplay-wise. We're pretty much just reading a novel. But I find it pretty interesting. You can consider it like watching a TV show if you want to think of it that way too. I'm mainly using this to relax. Take a step back. Two officers as well as someone from the hotel had gone to the room and found the body and an unconscious girl. So she could still be alive? I hope so. She strangled the officer? What? What is happening here? During the search, he forgot to lock the employee entrance in the back near the stairs. Okay. Shortly after he'd left the room, the girl woke up and started strangling the officer who stayed. He'd hit his head on the edge of the glass window and knocked himself out. He was going to be fine, but he'd been out cold until backup arrived. When the backup got there, they found the girl unconscious on the floor, and a boy from FinestKO was passed out on the floor too. Okay. So there's now the potential possibility that if that girl is unconscious, is going to stay alive past this day, she might be the next victim. What's more relaxing than murder? Oh, that's actually really interesting. And also kind of messed up, but I didn't think that the murder was made that way. Where it was actually spitting his spine connected to his head repeatedly until he snapped. That's kind of messed up. Which means that if you got there at a certain time, you might have been able to save him. Sorry, what's happening here? There was no fingerprints or any other signs that she touched Kakita's body. Okay, so the person who put Kakita there, aka the person who died, was not directly affiliated with the girl. Unless she somehow did that without touching him. That is peculiar for sure. I wonder what you could do about that though. Well, first, check her health. Is she okay? Keep her safe, maybe? Ask her, question a few things. And then, it's up to the main character, in my opinion, to get in contact with that girl. And then, honestly, explain to the police officers that there's a serial murderer who's repeating the crimes of 6 years ago. Which would ideally implore them to put some type of safety measure on that girl. But what if she's programmed to explode? Fuck if I know. I'm kind of awkward too.
ショックが大きかったようで、最初は何も喋らなかったんですが、今は少しずつ話し始めています。ですが、いろいろと問題のある壁法の子ですから。
You have some issues? What do you mean? Yeah, that is funky. Why would that door automatically open? Unless it's like a mechanism that they purposely put in there for some fucking reason. An automatic lock. I mean, did you break open the door and just double check to make sure there's no weird electronic to make it open or something? I don't know. Is it a security camera? The security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to go. There's a security camera in this hallway? Then who was at the fucking front door? Okay, well there's gloves. But she's not wearing gloves, obviously. Could you just open it with your fucking shirt? Okay, there was no signs of... And the security camera in the hallway. This is the big deal here. The security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to go in. So the knocking wasn't captured. I wonder if the person can manipulate security cameras because you're committing murders in a city filled with them.
結局のところ、一番大きな手がかりは部屋に潜んでいたその子なんですが、何も喋りません。
It's pretty much saying that modern day technology can't prevent this, which is frightening. Psychiatric hold.
Okay. はい。そうなると大幅に捜査が遅れることになるので、そうしたくないんです。あ、助かります。よろしくお願いします。
Why does the thing need to keep knocking on the damn door? Why can't it just open it itself? I mean, the fact that the door opened on its own and then there was knocking on the door outside. If you could open the door on yourself, why don't you just open the door and go in? That's kind of funky too. Maybe separate things? The thing on the outside, not the thing on the inside?
Hi.
Yeah, exactly. If there's a 24/7 hallway camera, how did it not capture the thing knocking on the door, how it opened, the students going inside, all these things, right? Unless the camera was tampered with, which is what I'm assuming. So far, all these illogical aspects, though, are trying to, I think, make you scared that this isn't something logical.
部外者を現場に?
One of my kids knows more about this than I do, and they say they want to see the crime scene personally. A kid?
いつだって物事を解決するヒントを与えるのは部外者よ。
明日、いや、 明後日で構いませんか？
さすが新庄ちゃん、話せるじゃない。よくそれで堅物揃いの捜査一課に残れてるわね。
ではよろしくお願いします。
あ、ちょっと新庄ちゃん。
まだ何か？
念のためアドバイスをしとこうと思って2つね。言っておくけど、さっきのは冗談じゃないのよ。
は？
チャランポランで行きなさいっていうやつよ。
The window was the only other possible compromised entry.
これから間違いなく新庄ちゃんの理解の外にある事件は続くわよ。その時一番邪魔になるのは常識だから気をつけ。
肝に銘じます。
そこで真面目に返事しているようではまだまだね。もう一つはね、うちの子に取って食われないようにね。油断してると新庄ちゃんが部外者になりかねないわよ。
I mean, honestly, how logical would it be to open the door from inside, jump the window, run all the way back into the hotel, and knock? Why bother? No, seriously. If this were a real person, why would you do that?
なあ、ツイポ見た?
At the same time, though, it's not a person, it's people. There's multiple people involved in this. So, it could be some guy opened the door, jumps out the third store window, has someone, also part of the crew, go to the door and start knocking just because. You could do that.
ああ、壁砲ボットのネタ画像でしょ。でっかいウーパがドヤ顔して光るように座って渋谷も変わったとか言ってる。
Was only one window open from what I saw, and it seems to be, yeah. I didn't see any other window from any other room open. Neither of the main characters, though, so who knows? I mean, the knocking could be recorded. That would make sense. It sounds very realistic, like as if it were actual knocking. No, okay, that's kind of cute. So someone's running a Twitter, a school Twitter account that's making people kind of happy. It's funny.
そうそう、めっちゃ切なそうなの。あれさ、文化祭で使うね。渋谷復興の歴史の展示なんてどうせ誰も見ねえじゃん。
画像だけじゃ弱くない？なんかぬいぐるみとか実際に置かないと。
Okay, so we still haven't talked to the main character and Serika? I think that's her name, hang on. Serika, yeah.
そんなもんで盛り上がってる場合かっての。
The body was found 10 minutes away from school. Yeah, that's something dangerous.
ま、確かにまだ大掛かりには報道されてないけどさ。
Oh, thanks for the host, John. Out of curiosity, logically, if there's a serial murderer going around your town, three deaths already within the span of what? I forgot the dates already. 9, 19th, 29th. Let's say within every 10 days, someone dies. Would you still stick around town? I mean, I guess the chance of you actually dying is kind of low, depending on how big your town is, but still, man. Especially if you know they're trying to recreate, like, murders that happened in the past. Wouldn't you just skip town? I fucking would. The thing is, like, whatever is killing these people is somehow avoiding the cameras repeatedly. It could be a person. Well, it's people. It's people. We gotta get that through. Or it could be like, I don't know, magical killer things. Alright, see ya, Chun. Yeah, like, it's completely possible that there is some type of sensory manipulation going on, given how this visual novel is heavily based on perception, and there's been already unreliable narrators. So maybe, both Serica and the main character are being induced by something, right? We know that certain characters can be induced with hallucinations, so maybe the knocking doesn't actually exist. At the same time, though, whatever is committing these murders also has the ability to, one, induce some type of hallucination. So, if I were the murderer, wouldn't I just say, that girl on the floor is unconscious, I'm gonna program her to open the door. And then I'll just jump or something, and I'll see you later. And then, no fingerprints on the door? Who gives a shit? All you gotta do is just use a cloth. Eat it. Eat the goddamn cloth when you're done. And then there, no fingerprints. So there's a lot of possibilities here. And we haven't really narrowed it down yet.
連絡は
Just need more information. Just...
あれからは何も。
What if they're all just hallucinating? Maybe. But we know at least one thing. These murders actually do exist because there's outside observers. It's not just the narrators, it's the police too.
そっか。
Yeah, it could be a consistent hallucination. Who knows? Maybe there's some type of drug that they're using on people. Maybe it's something specific to the people who are dying. Like, they mentioned something called the Chaos Child Syndrome. Maybe the ability of this murderer has something that influences people who are considered prone to the Chaos Child Syndrome.
Fuck. 学校のみんなは平和なもんだよ。昨日のことなんてほとんど誰も話してないんだぞ。
そう。
そりゃあ東京じゃ発表されてるだけでほぼ1週間に2人のペースで誰かが殺されてるんだから、変死体にしたってな。道玄坂なんてもろ近所じゃん。下手したらそこを通って投稿してるやつもいるかもしれないってのに。つうかいるだろ、うちなら。
I mean, in all honesty, Cox, I don't think that would be... You can't really unrule something as ridiculous as that yet.
あれかな。あいつがいつも言ってるみたいに、社会に関するニュースを載せてるサイトとかにアクセスしないやつばっかりなのかな。
Although I'm almost ready to do so because I know the writing for this. I know the writing from this author. That wouldn't be something he would normally do. But if it were like fucking Higurashi, I wouldn't rule that out.
わかりやすいね。
I mean, if this weren't from an established writer and this was just a random visual novel that I picked up, and I had no understanding of the person's writing from prior history, then yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Honestly, I wouldn't.
Huh?
心配なんでしょ、二人のこと。
別に副部長こそ心配なんじゃないの？
I think that's unlikely to be the case though, especially given that this is from the sci-fi adventure series. But they're really mixing a cult and sci-fi here.
怒ってる。処置なしだもの。セリカはともかくとしてね。忠告も聞かずに突っ込んで無茶するからこんなことになる。伊藤君にも新聞部の文化祭の映像押し付けることになるし。
いや別にそれは大したことないからいいんだけどさ。
ダメ。与えられた役割はきっちりこなすのが当たり前でしょ。
ここか。クルス、予算の件どうなってる？
予算？
超過した予算をまとめたやつ。経理がまだかって。
Oh man, this might be the first time I actually am kind of glad that slice of life exists in a visual novel. Those scenes get so stressful.
ごめん、すぐにメールでまとめて送るから。
なるはやで担当の教師が帰っちゃう前に。
Is it the gamer?
何？
いや別に。
No, never mind. Let me take a step back. What I'm missing here? Kurusu boot up the PC, okay. Okay, there's something unsaid here that I don't understand. Ah, I see.
Nan to ma, ano joutei ga ne.
They do that a lot. That's happened at least 3 to 4 times now, where they play a song and they cut it off really fast. And the scene doesn't entail that the song will last long. Or rather, the scene is so short that it doesn't have the song play to its final mood, I guess. Not sure that's effective, but I get the idea. They get this transition too, kind of awkward. Yeah, I suppose maybe they should still do that though.
Nah.
わかってる。
Man, she has not made any transition in that game. She's still stuck on that damn screen. The exact same screen we saw when we first saw it. My immersion is blown.
こいつはいつでもマイペースだな。他人に興味がないのかね。
そんなわけないでしょ。この子は他の人よりほんの少しだけ自分が強いの。
にしたってよ。
そうでもなかったみたい。
ん？
和樹、 私はゲームやらないから詳しいことはわからないけど。この家の壁に向かって延々と火の玉出してるのは何か意味があるの？すごい勢いで燃え広がってる。
What?
落ち着きなさい。というかその煩わしいスルメ飲み込むか出すかしなさい。行儀は
What? Ew, that's disgusting. What are you doing? Did something she say prompt that, or is it just... I don't know.
和樹
Oh, they play it off as a joke.
大丈夫か？コーヒー入れてくれるのか？
ね。
いや、そうか？あのさ。
何？
あいつがこんなに事件に入れ込んでるのって何か理由があんの？
Yeah, fair question. Why? I mean, he doesn't have to fucking observe these murder cases. Is there like an actual reason? Or is he just interested?
伊藤くんこそずいぶん事件に対して熱心じゃない？
俺はこういうのが好きな人だから。
こういうの？
猟奇的な事件。でも昨日みたいに現場に忍び込むっていうのは。
Man, I could use some coffee right now. Even I'm falling asleep.
別に言いたくなければ。
そういうわけじゃない。きっと基本的には伊藤君と同じ。それに危なっかしいところに首を突っ込みたがるのも昔からだし。
小学校からだっけ？あいつが副部長と一緒に暮らすようになったの。
ええ。正確には被災して少し経ってからだから、中学生に上がるか上がらないかの時だけど。
Earthquake orphans. Okay. A small-scale, localized small-scale children's welfare facility. Okay. A small-scale children's welfare facility with a maximum capacity of up to 6 children, also called group homes. These facilities are often the homes of private individual families and are said to be able to offer more security. Ah! So you were together? Both been in 6th grade. Earthquake. Okay, makes sense now.
だいたい天の弱だしね。みんなとは違うってよく言ってるでしょ。そんなことはないのに。
Actually, that's really rare. I don't see many visual novels actually bother drawing the back of people's heads.
でも結局あの子は。
お疲れ様。おや、クルス君も来てたのか。
Oh man.
先生、連絡があったんですか？
ついさっきね。
大丈夫そうでしたか？
Yeah, I'm not against doing what they're doing right now, which is
それはもちろん。ほら、伊藤君、すぐに体育館に行きなさい。
they're essentially creating a foreground and a background for every scene by having the development of a character's back as a drawing. And I don't know, not all visual novels care about how distance is perceived for a particular background.
体育館なんで？
軽音部が今からリハーサルをするって。いい文化祭の記録になるんじゃないかな。
涌井先生？連絡ってそれですか？
そうだよ。ってなんだいクルス君、機嫌がいいね。
あら、先生には機嫌がいいように見えますか？
行ってくる。先生も行こう。
ちょっと。
What? What a weird group. Well, I mean, the murders of Chaos Head, aka what happened before this, were related to that earthquake incident. So, the fact that these two characters, the Nono and the main character, are earthquake orphans, there actually is some type of desire, if they realize it, to stop this. Man. What time is it? Why am I so tired? 2:25? No, it's 2:35 in the morning, that's why. Oh, thanks for the follow, Furkan.
あの子は特別が気取りたいだけなんだから。
That's an interesting analysis. Why? ...2009. Okay, 6 years ago.
こっちお願いこっち
Also November 7th. Oh, there we go.
裏から回れるって言っただろ。なんでも同じことを。助けて誰か。
なんで携帯が繋がらねえんだよ。
Wow. Okay. That is gruesome. Also gruesome. Also gruesome.
地獄だ。尾上、尾上。これから代々木に向かうから。ほら、あの大きい総合病院。覚えてるだろう。昔冒険しに忍び込んだあそこだよ。死ぬなよ。
That's a very peculiar scene. Looks like they were in a lab. Someone was stuck in some type of... I wouldn't call it a straitjacket, because that looked really prickly, but something like that. Interesting. Okay, so the assumption is he remembered that dream, and then he saw that. Is it memory issues? The dream again. Okay, yeah.
0時17分。もう日付変わってるのか。いや、違うか。くそ。
Man, imagine those knocks came to his UV. That'd be kind of disturbing. There's nowhere to go. Out of curiosity, can coffee relax you? Because I know it can be a stimulant to help you wake up, but drinking coffee at night before you go to sleep is a bad idea, right? Not sure if anyone actually does that. I'm considering doing that because there's this brand of instant coffee I've never had before. And I'm going to do it right now. If I stay up awake, I'll read more. If I don't, then see you later. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I put a little bit of honey in this coffee, so here's hoping that's gonna be okay. It's just instant coffee, that's all it is. I want to wait for it to cool down a bit though. Why? Do you hear repeating music from different games in this game? Are you saying that for Steins Gate it was scene composed? Because I know some composers do that for movies, where they look at a scene and then they compose music specifically for that scene, versus actually just composing music and then people take the song and put it in a scene. He was just at a scene of a murder and almost died, and he's watching this now. That's a little impressive. If not a lot, actually.
やっぱりこんなもんなのか。ネットの大衆はどうだ。
渋谷でまた事件です。最近の渋谷では今回の件と合わせて3つの物騒な事件が発生しているんですが、いずれにせよ警察は何か隠していると思います。ただ変死体を発見したとしか発表がなされていませんが、それにしては
大衆もこんなもんか。何だったんだあれは。
I wonder what I would do in this situation. If I was super indebted to trying to solve this. The very first lead I tried to figure out is what happened to that girl. She looks kind of sick, too. Honestly, she's probably prone to death now, but we'll see how that goes. I think I'll play this off neutral.
だよな。気にしすぎだ。あ、ネットの知識者はどうだ。
Oh man, random headache again. Shibuya New. Oh wow, what a name. Well, it's fine. I know. It's been a long night, Teku. Nothing's really happening for the stream either. I'm honestly just reading it. I'll try to do a series stream sometime this week. Hopefully, man. On the bright side, Halloween will be something. In November, I'll be doing whatever I want to do. Yeah, maybe the main character is already programmed to die at a certain timing, and I have to use positive and negative to rewire it. That could be it. I honestly don't know. That'll make a lot of sense, though. That's a really funky line, won the world. A gothic punk band that was popular in Shibuya around 2009. In 2015, it still has some passionate fans, a group of 4, but only the names of the vocalist Fez and the guitarist Ryo have been made public. The line of theirs? Okay. Interesting, huh? Oh wow, she even edited the audio to make it easier to listen to. She's pretty talented.
さて、普段かけないファンタズムさんの楽曲をかけたのは理由があります。昨日、ラブホテルで20代の男性が変死していた事件、ご存知ですよね?
Oh, this coffee isn't bad. Wow. All I did was just instant coffee and add honey.
ニコニアニュースで相変わらず渡部さんがお元気に喋ってくださってますが、一つ彼は気づいていないことがあります。ファンタズムさんが先ほどの楽曲を発表した6年前、渋谷で何が起こったか皆さんご存知ですよね。そう、渋谷地震です。でもその前に世間を賑わせていたのはニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれた連続猟奇事件でした。
Oh shit, Crusos, thank you. Wait, what? Oh, she realized the connection to the murders 6 years ago. Okay, it's pretty smart. And Crusos, thank you for subbing.
もうお気づきの方もいらっしゃいますね。9月7日のこっちみんな、9月19日のおともれたん、そして昨日。
I wonder if this voice sounds familiar to someone that we know.
正確に言えば一昨日ですが、9月29日の変死事件。6年前の事件と日付が一致しているんです。
For some reason I was thinking Serica. Maybe not. Whatever. This person's aware.
次の日付はヴァンパイアと呼ばれた事件が起きた10月10日。愛する渋谷にお住まいの皆さん、くれぐれもお気をつけて。それでは今回はこの辺りで。お付き合いいただきありがとうございます。時刻は間もなく2015年10月1日0時30分。 悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
Those are some gruesome murders. I mean, if the murders just end and there's nothing else happening, which is probably not going to be the case for the story, then that's it, right? But there's an implication that another thing's going to happen. King George Shadow Counter-Revolutionary Reproduction Prohibit. What the fuck? The 3 suspicious deaths in Shibuya this month line up with the dates of the New Generation Madness. A 4th death predicted to occur on 10/10. I'm Kay's dad.
いい加減答えてくれないかな。名前と住所は？
Okay, so I'm actually interested in this. I hope he's gonna be okay.
学生さん？それとも働いているのかな？
Maybe you should ask first if she speaks Japanese. I'm just saying.
あの柿田っていう男の人と何回もあのホテル行ってるよね。
I don't know, man. Blonde hair.
どういう知り合い？
Looks kind of foreign.
付き合ってたの？もし喋るのが嫌なら、うなずくとか手を振るとか何でもいいからさ。
It's a freaking anime, though.
ね。
なるほどな。
新庄さん。
ん？
やはり連れて行った方が。
Ask her if she's a vampire, please. I mean, if she doesn't understand Japanese, asking her multiple questions won't mean anything. That's a possible interpretation.
捜索願いは？
洗いました。ですが当たりません。
This is a dating sim? Man, would you want to date dead people? Oh, man. Yeah, this coffee's not too bad. A little bit bitter.
家庭のことを言外に含ませても動きなしか。
Murder, mystery, horror. Don't forget that last part.
ご苦労さん。こっちで留置しておくからもういいよ。
Has she eaten these last few days in which you've been questioning her? Has she done anything? Has she gone to the restroom, had water? Has she been stuck in this room for the last fucking few days? God, she looks so bored.
それだけですか？
いいからそう聞いてごらんなさい。それで今の新庄ちゃんのような反応をしたり、変わらず黙ったままだったりしたら、残念だけど非感知しか取る手段はないそうよ。もし別の反応をしたら、もう一度連絡をちょうだい。
一つ聞きたいことがあるんだ。君は持っているものに気づかれなかったのか、元から持っていないのか、どっちだ？
Did you have it and they didn't realize it, or did you never have it? Which is it? What was the catchphrase of the previous game? Something about eyes. Whose eyes are those? Did you have it? Did you have it? Eyes are plural. Did you have those and didn't realize it, or did you never have it? Which is it? Okay, if they use those in this case, that might have been too big of an indicator. It's probably not what they really mean, but it could be. But she had something.
Hmm? どうなんだ？
誰なんですか、あなたは。
ここの刑事だ。君、名前は？
有村ひなえ、碧峰学園の学生です。
Hey! Let's see how important she is. Probably vital. If she's super vital, her name will appear right there. That's what I thought. 1, 2, 3. 3 people left to add, huh? Wow, he lives in a really strange part. So he lives in the homeless park, essentially? I guess so. Yeah, there we go. I wonder where Nono lives then. Because she's also part of the orphanage. The orphan group. Not really orphanage. Interesting. And also, to be fair, it was a huge catastrophic event. It would be kind of heartless to push them out. At least that's how I feel.
これいいですか？
お、タク、 珍しいな、新聞なんて。いいぞ、持ってけ。
What a hugely a huge division. Like now you finally get the picture.
いいんですか？
どうせ余るしな。それにほれ。ああ、捨てんならできれば別のとこにな。ゴミにうるさくなってるからよ。おい、タク、電気代か。
はい。
ならついでに俺の分も頼む。南のまっちゃんからだっつって渡してくれ。
That's it? That's all you need to do to pay the electricity? Wow, that's actually really interesting.
Hiよ、確かに。はみ出たり勝手に住み着こうとしているやつは？
大丈夫だと思います。
最近物騒だからね。気をつけなよ。見慣れない奴がいたらすぐに言いな。
え？
知ってんだろ？ラブホテルの事件とか。
はい、わかりました。
That sudden jump in sound might have been scary if the girl wasn't so cute. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's like the American remake. Was it the American remake? It might have been the Japanese version of Shudder. But whichever one it was, the ghost was freaking attractive. Bullshit! So it was like, man, please keep appearing on the screen. It was the most awkward situation to be in, where something that's supposed to be scary ended up being really attractive. So like, okay, keep appearing.
はい。もしもし。
お主か。もう来ておるぞ。いつもの席じゃん。
Is this an anime or is this happening in real life? I can't even tell anymore.
どうも。
I got a call on my phone. I took the name and hit the answer button. Yes, hello? Is it you? They're here at the usual seat. Wow, that is the cutest waitress. But it's drawn in a style is not congruous to the usual art style. Probably on purpose. Jump scares that turn you on. I guess so. Something's jumping. Something's jumping in my pants. God, kill me. I'm sounding like Oro now. He looks kind of nervous for some reason. How are you doing?
何読んでるんだ？
ああ、タク。そう。なんだろうこれ。
は？
適当に撮ったから。はい、これ制服。のんちゃんから言われてクリーニングしといたから。
Oh, nice of her.
悪いな。
I wonder how Serika's doing nowadays. I mean, the main character lost his family, and so did No, but what about Serika? Now that I think about it, they must be really close to each other. I can understand that event was really catastrophic, so I don't want to ruin that relationship, but kind of messed up.
今日学校は？
行ってないよ。タクもでしょ？のんちゃんたちに連絡は？
メールはしといた。で、どうだ？大丈夫か？
うん、まあ死んでる人を見るのは初めてじゃないし。タクは大丈夫
？Oh, I just realized, when you see their names pop up on the bottom left, that's actually a really, really easy to recreate motion graphic. It's actually super simple. And if you look at it too much, it looks really bad if you stare at it very closely. Look to the bottom left, I'm not even kidding.
嘘マジで？それ最低じゃん。
I guess it's not too bad.
マジ超焦ったっつーの。空気読めっつー話でさ。
I guess on its own it looks kind of bad though as it closes. No, wow, I can't look away from that. It's a really fast transition too. God, now I can't stop staring. Yeah, but that's a really basic motion graphic. Weird pixels on the right for that icon too. Did they cut that incorrectly, or is that just how it's supposed to look?
Honestly, 言うと迷ってる。
迷ってるって何を？
事件を追うかどうか。
本当に？すいません。グレープフルーツもう一つ。
This is like my favorite look. Hang on, give me a second. How do I take a picture of this? There we go. What? Oh, it says I can't upload it online. Okay, that's fine.
いつものタクだったらチャンスだとか思って突っ走ってない？そりゃホテルは怖かったけどさ、無 昔都市伝説とか追っかけてた時もそうだったじゃん。ほら冒険だって言って病院に忍び込んだの覚えてる？あの時も怖かったけど、この怖さは他の人が経験してないもんなんだ、貴重なんだって泣きながらさ。
お前も泣いてたじゃん、あの時。
そうだっけ？
ほれ、残すなよ。
This waitress is something else. Can I give you a tip? You're funny. Okay, anyway. I'm not sure how I feel about that kind of framing, though. She's essentially saying that... How do I explain this? That was scary too, but even when you were crying, you said that the terror was something special because nobody else had experienced it. She's quoting him, actually. But yeah, that's a saying that you should go for it, this super dangerous thing, because the experience is novel. I don't agree with that. Unless you're emphasizing adventure more than novelty. Even then, I wouldn't say that's okay.
どうも。
Wow, that waitress is something else. I would go to this cafe. I would sit there, order drinks, and give her tips. Please keep talking.
で？いや、それで？
何が？あ、そっか。あ、だからさ、他の人が経験してないことを手に入れたんだからさ、それが怖かろうがなんだろうがチャンスだってタクなら言うかなって思って。
Yeah, where's this going? I'm curious.
たまに頭いいんだか悪いんだかわからなくなるよな。
何？あ、ダメだよ。あげないよ。
バイトにんなこと言われてもね。
だろ？やる気がないのかって。ねえよ、普通に。
なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ？
何それ？
The comments from the Shibuya earthquake victims.
地震直後の混乱が収まった後、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きて。これは得難いことなんだって。
Is that common or something for victims of a natural disaster to start looting or causing violence? Because to me, that doesn't seem logical to me. Maybe they just want to frame the victims in a positive light to give them hope. I'm talking about the media here. I mean, I guess you're right. Like, if there's a natural disaster, you would loot things for resources to survive, but this is a little bit different. It's not the entire country is reduced to rubble, it's just one city. So the adjacent towns will be able to support them, and they had some hope.
何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれた時、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか、とにかく他人を心配しててさ。でもそんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。頑張れっ という部外者。
You outsiders have some nerve if you're telling us to hang in there. Okay, how does he derive meaning from this? Because I'm confused. But it relates back to what SaruKO was saying, which was novelty of experience, and then that novelty of experience somehow displaces you from other people. As in, it's not just him being in the hospital finding unique things as a kid, it's him being an identity that has experienced certain events that makes him different from other people. So, for example, victim, earthquake, that is my identity. I'm different from you.
正直うなずいたよ。心底。
Okay, so how does that place into this? They're essentially trying to make an argument here, and that argument is, should we continue with this investigation? And they're using evidence of his identity to make a decision here.
This これを言った人は僕に近い人だっていう気がするんだ。ただ一連の出来事をネットで見ていた他人とは違う。そして、ただ被災しただけの人とも違う。
タクの両親のこと？
あ、そういえば復興祭合わせの飲み、テニサーの連中も来るって。
Your personal experiences are unique and that makes them special. Yeah, sure. Unless if you're saying what SaruKO is saying, and that is, I am SaruKO, I am saying your personal experiences are unique and that makes them special, then yeah, I agree with that. But if you're saying in general how this conversation is going, I do not agree with that. Because he's morphing what she's saying to fit him to some degree.
マジで？そしたら絶対タクのみじゃ無理じゃん。
See? Okay, so he makes the decision here, and this is what ultimately says, I'm gonna do it. Or is it? Son of a... The case was right in front of me. I had a huge mystery to investigate. I wasn't about to just be caught up in something. As a right-sider, it was my job to jump right into the middle of all this information, right? Okay, so he conceptualizes the decision because it's his identity. That he was different from other people anyway. He was not a wrong-sider, aka everyone else. He's a right-sider, aka on the right side of information. He associates that with being a victim of the earthquake and how people force their views on the victims of that event was somehow wrong. That they shouldn't have had a comment on how the events were perceived because they didn't belong in the event. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. I'm trying to understand how that works in the general scheme of the story, though. What does having to do on the right side have to do with investigating these murders? There's an inside and outside type of a society here, and I don't get it yet. I can only loosely connect the logic on why he is doing this, but I don't understand how this fits thematically into the story.
Mata 危険な目に遭うかもしれないぞ。
事件のこと？
It's not really morally motivated. He's a really condescending character, but for certain people, he certainly very cares. to think so. I haven't seen too much of that, but the fact that he was carrying Serika on his back in the past gave me that kind of impression. But he really pushes away Kurusu too, which she evidently cares about him. So then, I don't know why he left the orphanage yet, so there's something happening there. He's saying that he's excluding outsiders, essentially. He's not saying everyone belongs. He's saying, what the fuck are you doing here? You don't belong. You haven't experienced these events. Same thing that's happening with these murders. You haven't experienced these events. People are on the wrong side of information. That they are being clueless to what really is happening, and that somehow is harmful. Okay. I still don't get it. It's just a different kind of mentality that I'm not used to thinking.
よし、それならまずラブホテルの事件から行こっか。
He still doesn't need to solve this. But if he solves this and figures it out, it's very connected to his past.
なんだそれ。
これ現場でタクが撮ってた録画データ。警察に消される前にストレージに上げておいたの。
Oh, smart, I think. Well, I guess the thing is, like, he evidently has weaknesses too. He shouldn't be so condescending to people who are stronger than he is in other areas. That's just how I feel. Maybe if he realizes that, then it'll help him grow as a character. And honestly, given how the events are going, he's gonna need to depend on other people.
そういえば、こないだ来た時から気になってたんだけど、電気ポット変わった？前はもっと、あ、ここ物置にしたんだ。
You know, at the same time though, structurally, he lives really on the outside of society. He's homeless, if you really think about it. And he lives in a park with other homeless people. So he definitely associates himself with being on the fringes of society. This identity formation is interesting. I don't know how it totally works though. Some people spin delusions in order to count themselves as part of an exclusive group, especially online. Sure, I agree with that. Others, do I agree with that? I'll try again. People will lie to themselves or form different types of logic in their head to make them be a part of a group. Okay, yeah, I do agree with that. Others are excluded by virtue of unique experience and suffer for it. Yes, I definitely agree with that. He would rather be the former, but he's in fact the latter. He would rather form his identity by spinning what he wants to be reality to enter a certain group, but in fact, he is more of the latter, which is he has been a victim of a certain event, which is true, and therefore he is on the receiving end of identity versus constructing it for himself. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So he wants to be on the right side. That's him constructing his identity. He is in fact on the other side, which is events happen to him, and therefore he is created from them. So this is a story about agency? Agency and perception, I suppose, but like, why does that matter right now? Well, I guess agency matters because if he's able to control these events that seem to be happening without any way of stopping it, then he's able to influence the future. And if he just ignores it, the implication is that the earthquake will happen again. And then, you know, by ignoring it, he's getting himself screwed over. So there's that. Okay.
なんかテンション高いな。
That's such a weird concept too. Preventing a natural disaster. It's not natural though. This thing is artificial.
事件を追うのが楽しいのか？
というよりただ
やりたいことは行けるところまで行かないと気持ち悪いだけ。結果はどうあれ、そうじゃないと意味ないじゃん。人間いつ死ぬかわかんないんだから。せっかく今死んでないのに。
What if this thing is a natural disaster? I mean, it could possibly be a natural disaster, but through the story of Chaos Head, that's not really what's the conclusion. I remember bits of it, and I do recall the breaking down of Shibuya at the end of Chaos Head. That seemed to have been resolved because it happens because of the murders, essentially. There's this weird figure that appears at the end of Chaos Head. I've forgotten who he is, but he's an influential figure that has caused the events that you're seeing here kind of like unfolding. The earthquake most likely is artificial. It seems really awkward that at the end of all these murders, randomly an actual natural earthquake had happened. And the reason why I'm saying that is due to how the first story was set up in terms of tone and how creepy and, yes, occultic it felt. So there was a type of tie-in between the events that happened there and the actual earthquake. I can't exactly explain it because it's been so many years. It was freshman year in college that I read it.
Oh. よし。そしたら元のストレージのやつは削除してくれ。
お？なんで？
物が物だからな。他の人間に見られたら困る。
このストレージ、私が個人的に使ってるやつだから大丈夫。
それでもだ。誰でもアクセスできる可能性は少しでも潰しておきたい。そうだな。お前のポケコンのやつも念のため削除してくれ。
オッケー。タク、何してるの
？You know, usually I feel kind of awkward choosing positive things because this guy gets really delusional. But at the same time, negative perception gets really fucked up in this game. And I'm hugely not a fan of how they portrayed negativity. Does it fit the character? Yeah, it does. Do I like it? No, I don't. Positivity is the same damn thing, though. It's just framed in a different way. God, tropey as fuck. Again, fits the character perfectly. It's just like, I get sick. Neutral's probably the best way, but I imagine this gameplay mechanic comes into factor somehow. Positive it is. On the bright side, maybe I can get a joke out of this or something.
カッコン島？え？どこの島？
飲み物だよ。ゲンさんにもらった。吐き気を抑える効果があるんだ。
へえ、よく知ってるね。
It's just kind of weird because in the context of current events that are happening right now, the things that you see in like the negative side of things seem really awkward atmosphere-wise. I'm essentially saying that if you're aware of things that are going on, whether that be politically, gaming related, socially, it feels really weird to read that shit in front of you on a screen with a bunch of people watching. Just saying. Oh my god. Yeah, but for sure, this guy is... he needs a lot of experience in real life. And to be fair, a lot of it he can't actually get because he's socially ostracized. So it really fits how he would and should think. It's just fuck, man. But here's the thing. It's actually one of the most rude fucking things. And it's something I hate about this character. This girl that's in front of him, she's one of the few people that actually gets him. Right? And it's also one of the few people who seems to be on the inner circle. Because not just did he suffer from the earthquake, she did too. And they both lost something. And they're both childhood friends. They knew each other before the earthquake, during and after. That's a unique position. And so, if you are isolated from this one event, she is there for you, because she gets it too. But she's treated like some dumb fucking animal. And that gets really frustrating for me, because this guy does not get it. And I get this is played off as jokes, and yes, it's very fitting for his character. But, man, I could slap a fool right now. But really, this is what happens when you have no other, reference. He doesn't have parents anymore, so there's no guide there. He is obviously really self-deluded and super self-conceited. Self-conceited does not work. He's conceited. He's bad socially.
Huh? Yeah. これまずい。薬みたい。
Like, there's a lot of really evident weaknesses for this character, and that's fine. I'm willing to accept that. It's just, man, it's hard to read for me.
漢方薬だからな。
That's a really strange way of doing it, too. Because if I didn't have the context of this game, and this is just was shoved into my face, I consider this to be bad writing. But since it fits so well with the character, I'm like, wow, okay, good job. Damn. It's like jump scares in horror. Jump scares are considered bad in terms of, like, presentation and what they do to the horror genre in general. They're cheap scares, right? But when it's executed well and it fits the story correctly, then, like, good job. Like, I applaud that. But it's still hard sometimes, you know. You have to disassociate, like, what's considered normally wrong, and then, like, look at the context of it.
なんだか。この部屋暑くない？なんか私すっごく変な感じなんだけど。ちょっとトイレ借りる。
Awkward.
トイレ？何する気だ？
Well, I mean, it is a laxative.
それは内緒。
内緒ってお前大丈夫なのか？なあ、トイレで何をするつもりだよ。
いけないことだよ。
は？
言わせないでよ、バカ。
そうか。別にトイレ行くのはいいけど、あんまり長いこと入ってるんじゃないぞ。
Please.
別にトイレ行きたくないけど。
え？
Yeah, you're welcome.
どうしたの急に。
いや、別に。
それにしてもゲンさんいい人だよね。好きだな私。
You know, I just realized. I don't know why I didn't click until now, but this guy is super deep down the rabbit hole in terms of being completely influenced by media. That makes a lot of sense. Wow. Yeah, he really is.
酒癖の悪さはどうにかしてほしいけどな。
So for me to explain it, if you're super, super deep into media and you have no context of what you're fucking swimming through, then you can get influenced in the wrong ways in which you don't understand what things are doing to you. So as an example, if I'm marketing to you, freaking, I don't know, Pepsi all day, right? And they used to do this in theaters, where they would flash subliminal advertising in front of your freaking face. And so when you would get thirsty, you'd be like, hey, I could use a Pepsi right now. And that's considered illegal now. You can't do that. And it would work, because they would flash very quickly these images of like popcorn and drinks and stuff. And you would, go out and buy popcorn and subliminal freaking Pepsi or Coke or whatever the hell they're advertising. That's an example of how marketing can actually affect you. So I'm not saying that marketing is affecting Takeru. I'm saying that media being so ingrained deeply into him with no other context is really having an adverse effect on him. So just giving you an example, that if you have zero context of how something is presented to you, you're going to get influenced no matter what. It will happen to me, it will happen to you, I promise.
でもタクが公園で気許してるのってゲンさんだけでしょ。やっぱりいい人だよ。
Yeah, there's a reason why people spend tons of money on commercials.
OK、削除したよ。
That's actually an interesting topic now to think about it. It's like, did you know that the number one drug that was bought for a very long time in America is... Anyone? Go for it. The number one drug bought in America. Okay, so
そんなにあの部屋にいたか。
Tylenol's incorrect, Prozac's incorrect, caffeine, if you consider caffeine a drug. It's actually... Wow, even I forgot the name. Okay, when I say this term, which is... It's not really a slang term, it's another way to call it. It's called the blue pill. Viagra. It's Viagra. That was the number one sold drug in America at a certain point. That sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? You would think it's Tylenol, because that makes a lot of sense. It's a drug that you would use to, like, cure colds and stuff like that. But, Viagra was marketed as... Well, obviously, it was marketed as originally something to help you with... Do I need to describe what it helps you with? But eventually, the marketing for that changed, and it became like the party drug that you needed it to... Do I need to explain this? Please don't make me do this. You needed Viagra to party harder, and it became associated with the masculine identity. The same idea that years ago, the masculine identity was hard to market towards. So what do I mean by that when I say that? I mean, you know how the Marlboro cowboy, like that rough kind of look, silent kind of guy, maybe an adventurer, that old image of what masculinity in its ideal would look like, that's changed over time. Why? Because of marketing. Because you can't sell like products to that kind of figure. Think about it. What could I sell to the masculine Marlboro cowboy? I could sell him like a shave or like shaving cream or something. But I can't sell to him beauty products. I can't sell to him cologne. I can't sell to him high-dressed business suits and outfits. Maybe you could. I couldn't sell to him Jordans. I couldn't sell to him freaking, I don't know, what else is a masculine identity modifier? I probably wouldn't be able to sell to him Viagra either. But the point I'm saying is that media has an influence on a person's identity. Whether that be changing how your perception sees in the world, but also changing how what is considered the social norm for male and females. So, if you notice how masculine identity has changed over time, in America at the very least, you're seeing the the metrosexual male becoming more of a thing. And that's not considered a bad thing anymore, right? If I dress very cleanly and I have these awesome boots or I have this nice watch, that's an identity that's been reinforced by marketing. It makes sense, right? Also, you can see into different things too, like how the identity of the supermom has kind of popped up. So when I say supermom, I mean the mom who does everything. So when she goes home from work, she takes care of the children. She actually has like a 9-to-5 job. She could properly wear like a business suit. The supermom. So an example of that would be freaking Sea Viper in Street Fighter 4. And if you don't know anything about Street Fighter is heavily based on stereotypes. Okay, you have freaking Indian Dalsum. You have. Do I need to explain how stereotypical Street Fighter can be? You have the luchador from Mexico who screams guacamole when he does wrestling moves. You have the American boxer who had to change his name from M. Bison to something else to avoid copyright. You get my point when I say like Street Fighter is highly stereotyped, right? You have the freaking biker who can't stop speaking, who's gigantically fat. Right? It's from America. You get my point. So like these like identities that are arising from media, that's a real thing. That's how it influences like people's perception of like what's considered the social norm now. It's actually a really interesting topic too, because it's so awesome to learn about this, not just because it's something that you can use to benefit your actual life, but something to understand people a bit better. So when you're trying to like construct an identity that you want to find for yourself, being aware of how outside influences can actually structure your concept of what it is to be you, or whether that be masculine, feminine, whatever, right? It's this awareness that really helps you not turn into this fucking main character who is Takaru. And there's certain movies that really try to talk about that aspect too. There's this one romance movie about a guy who's trying to get over a girl. Wow, what a surprise. And he works for a postcard company. He makes romantic postcards. So like, you know, on your birthday, you'll get a postcard, a card, or a birthday card from a friend, those things. Or you're going to Valentine's Day, and you want to give your girlfriend or boyfriend a card, he does that. He writes things like that.
違うと思う。あの時タクが気を失ってすぐに警察が駆けつけて、で私も気持ち悪くて吐いちゃってたんだけど、いつの間にかタクが落としたスマホを自分のポケットに入れてて。
Anyway, that movie I mentioned is all about how movies lie to you, how canonical romantic stories lie to you, that you aren't going to always find the person that you love. It's not guaranteed to you. You will have a chance in life to never meet the person that romantically gives a shit about you. And that's the truth. It's true. And how movies market an idea to you, it's there to sell you something, man. It's there to sell you an idea. Now, I'm not saying that all media is bad. That's not the case whatsoever. Right? You can gain tons of appreciation from like movies, stories, TV shows, games, stuff like that. It's just being aware of what's being presented to you and understanding like what you accept about it and what you reject from it. That's a really important thing.
それで警察に連れてかれるパトカーの中でスマホのことに気づいて、そこで私が録画ボタンを止めたから。
It's also why there's such an argument right now regarding what do you call it? Diversity in film and TV shows and stuff like that. It's because of how powerful media can be and how it can influence someone's identity.
よく警察に消される前にストレージにあげる暇があったな。
たまたまだよ。警察に着いた時にまた気持ち悪くなっちゃってトイレに駆け込んで、そこであって思いついたの。
いや、すごいと思う。
You know, I want to read more about that. It's something that really interested me. I took classes about marketing in college, and I took classes about freaking communication, obviously, gender dynamics, blah blah blah, psychology too. Just purely out of interest. I'm not sure what you mean by overboard. What's overboard mean? Like as in over the board, as in too much? That must be the case. I'm not sure how you would approach it. It's a really interesting debate. I'm on the side of having more representation, not necessarily through. It doesn't have to be this way, is what I'm saying. I am on the board for more identities to exist within society that are considered okay socially, right? So if you want to be a freaking what's considered a highly feminized role, you know, I want to say kindergarten teachers are very often females. I'm pretty damn sure that's the case. I remember reading about it too. So for some reason, you have a huge inclination to be a kindergarten teacher and you're male, and it's like there's no like bad subtext here or ulterior motives, right? If you want to be that, I'm okay with that idea. If I wouldn't be worried about other things, I guess, but the idea I'm really saying here is I wish that more identities out there for people would exist. Because for me, growing up, fuck man, I had nothing. I hadn't had parents to teach me shit. I didn't have role models. I didn't have superheroes. I had nothing. All I really had was things telling me that I couldn't be this. Man, if I tell you the truth of what that meant, it was really rough too, man. But I guess the alternative to that and the counter argument is that you shouldn't feel restricted on who you can relate to. If you, for some reason, relate to a female character because of certain events, like, I don't know, you empathize with freaking, who's the character I empathize with? I empathize with Shiki, who's female, but I'm thinking of a better example for you guys. How about, what's her name? She's from Monogatari. She has glasses. She's she's not exactly a perfectionist, but she's portrayed as an ideal character. Can't think of a better example then. God, man. Hanekawa. There we go, Hanekawa. So say you relate to Hanekawa. She's female, right? And she's constructed in a way where she's so ideal that it's abnormal. To the point where people around her hate her. Like her parents hate her. Because she's so bright that it emphasizes how fucked up they are. And so they want to see her fail at something so they can recognize one thing. And that one thing is you're human. But by being so abnormally ideal, she is not human. And that's the problem, right? That this ideal image that's placed upon her is creating a problem with her growth, which is she needs to fail. She needs to be human. She needs to mess up so she can realize that she doesn't have to fit into this really constricted idea of what it is to be her. She doesn't have to be perfect. Being perfect puts you so far away from being human, that's a problem. Anyway, what I'm saying here is if you relate to that, that is fine. Just because she's female doesn't mean that you can't relate to her. Just because someone is of a different gender or of a different race or of a different culture doesn't mean you can't relate to them. Like, this character in front of me is freaking Japanese, but the emotions that I get from this I can relate to, right? And so there, we're done. So there's that strange counter argument that works for both sides, in my opinion. If you're arguing for less diversity because you believe that you can relate to anyone despite their differences, that works for you. If you're arguing for variety because you want people to relate to you and your culture and your identity, etc., that also works for your argument. It's a really interesting kind of nuanced take on how diversity in media can affect people's perception of who they are. Here's what I think, personally. I like the idea of being able to empathize with any character, and that is healthy, because if you can empathize with any character, that means you can empathize with freaking people who are completely different than you are, which is useful. Why? Because it forms bonds. So business bonds? Sure. Friendship? Yeah. Family? Maybe. Right? It's not just racial divides, it's also age divisions, past relationships, so many things that are going to keep you from connecting to someone. I don't even know how that conversation began. Diversity of thought is what's being killed in the current climate. I actually do agree with you. I can explain my thoughts, but I will take a huge step back just to experience this story right now.
大丈夫。確か僕が床を踏み鳴らしたんだ。
Oh, okay, obviously this is through the recording.
そっか。
It was started by you saying you would slap someone, right? Oh yeah, it's because I hate the main character. Kinda. Right, I understand certain aspects of him, but how he portrays people in his head is really disgusting to me. And that's fine, because it's written well and it makes sense.
進むぞ。
Thank you for the host. You're about to see something kind of freaky. So what's happening here? This is, to the right is something I don't understand. What is that? It's a glass door, I guess, to the shower room or something. Pan? Okay, I think I know what pan is. Yeah, okay. It's a freaking camera turn. I am panning the camera as an example. Or pans left or pans right. Maybe it's a mirror. A mirror would make sense, I think. I don't recall him dropping the cell phone. That's kind of weird. I know he kind of conks out, loses consciousness, you know? Does anyone remember him dropping the cell phone like that? Because right now I'm trying to see how reliable of a narrator he is. And honestly, we're trying to rule out if he's the killer, which is really awkward, but it's a possibility. It's a freaking anime. Well, it's a visual novel, but you get what I mean. Yeah, no one remembers him dropping the cell phone, right? Are they pressed at the door? I want to make sure. The door won't open, and then they hear the knocking. So logically, just by pressing your hand against the door, you should be able to feel the vibrations of the knock. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that this is not knocking that's coming from some type of recorder, that someone's actually knocking on the door. Otherwise, they're morons, but we'll see. So we're still trying to rule out. We're trying to figure out if this is actually something, like an actual person doing this, or if it's actually a monster. We don't know. We straight up don't know. But how the murders are happening seems something that a person would do, not a monster. Oh, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, you're right, because it's recorded on the cell phone. It's not purely psychological. They're not both hearing it, and then on the cell phone it's not appearing whatsoever. Had I picked the smartphone? But that makes zero sense. Why would you drop the smartphone, run when you're super scared, pick it off the ground, and then look at that in the way? So it's not likely that he dropped the smartphone, because why would you do that? Like, there's something knocking on the door, you're scared as fuck. You would pick up the smartphone on the bottom of the floor. So most likely he never dropped it. He was super fixated about taking camera pictures or whatever. But yeah, but again, remember, if he were to drop it and you're panicking, because your argument here is that he panicked and dropped the phone, right? So it's on the floor. You hear the knocking on the door, you're panicked again, you pick up the phone on the floor, right? That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry, she's cute. Hey, how you doing? Arkenfell? That's a good way of looking at it, Will. You're right. Yeah, most likely it was probably obstructed. That'll make more sense to me. What's happening here? So the reason why I'm paying attention to this is, once again, we're playing a mystery visual novel. I have to actually solve this eventually. And according to the reviews, that is true. I actually do have to solve this. The screen moved violently for a second, and then for a moment, it showed the girl, then the angle changed again and stopped moving. The screen was covered in red blood. What? Is that the ceiling? What I was looking at was probably the room ceiling. Since it didn't move at all, this is probably where I passed out and dropped it. Just like before, the camera was still recording the sound. I could hear Serika vomiting and what sounded like someone falling over. Okay, knocking on door, get panicked, run towards the center of the room. You see the guy's head snap off. She wakes up, the unconscious girl. You get freaked out. Drop the damn thing. Serika vomits. Then policeman pops in. That's really, really fast all at once. Wasn't the door locked? How'd you get open? No, seriously. I could hear irritating noise that must have been the sound of the phone scraping the skirt's fabric. Okay, so lock on door might be electric, even though they said it was automatic. I don't recall them breaking down the door to double check though, so that's on them. Serika could probably be a suspect, maybe. Why was the door not locked? Because they were having issues opening the door. And also Serika was the one who said, I can't open this door. Just saying, you know, did the main character check to see if he could open the door? I don't really want to suspect Serica, though. She seems so genuine. Yeah. I mean, if I were the killer, and say I'm not some freaking ghost or a monster, right? And it's not just me. We know there's multiple people, so I have a partner in this. But why would you put so much effort to do this? Okay, the door is mechanically operated. No, there's a switch. There's a switch on the door that I can hit with a remote repeatedly, right? So by doing that, I can open or close the door. XN, however I want it. So there's that. So then my partner, who has... Why does a knocking matter? No, seriously, why would you even bother knocking? That doesn't make sense. There's something funky going on here. So we know that the murderers are able to induce hallucinations. But the thing is, this thing on the camera shows that they're not hallucinating. This is actually things they're seeing. The knocking on the door is a real thing. At least it should be, unless the camera's getting fucked up. I mean, it's possible. Whoever this person is, or people are, they are able to avoid security cameras repeatedly. That's something really impressive, given how many security cameras exist in this world. What would you do? I mean, do you have super high-tech armor that stutters cameras and you're not seen on it? I'm sure that's a possibility. That's kind of stupid, though. What if the knocking on the door is a lock mechanism? You know, that would kind of be smart. What if it is a lock mechanism? The knocking on the door is just somehow the way that the machine you're using to open the door is just covering for the sound that's trying to open the door. So in which case, this would mean this. The door opens randomly when the two students are in front of it. They open it. They go inside. For some reason, the door is locked. I don't know. Whenever you close the door, it auto locks or something. And then if said person wants to go inside the room, they have to use this machine that opens the door via freaking whatever, right? Like a remote. And then it makes this weird knocking sound, which is exactly the same tempo every single time. So not human-wise. So then you have that to open the door repeatedly. Was a guy trying to get in? Or was the door just automatically set off to go that way? I don't know. But that's a reoccurring thing, that knock and trying to open a door.
尾上、大丈夫か?
But 100% for sure, this visual novel wants to say that technology that should keep you safe is gonna kill you. Cameras don't matter. Cell phones might not matter.
ねえ、タク、最後のとこ、何か変なの映ってなかった？
Thought she knocked before they tried the door. She did. She did actually knock before she tried the door, which is really funky. It fits her character. She's kind of ditzy, but I mean, that's also kind of like making her to be the possible killer here.
Nani?
Just saying. I like Serica. I don't want her to be the killer. Okay, so she's not as traumatized by this event, which is really surprising. Or maybe she just keeps it hidden on the inside really well. Yeah, you're right. The actual psychic powers can exist in this story. I'm not kidding. There seem to be like human experimentation. I can see the wall of the Love Hotel across the street from the open window. What are you saying? There was something there.
なんだ
Is that a sticker? Because they were mentioning Sumo Man stickers, which look really awkward.
こんなでかい虫がいたらクルスが建物ごと爆破しに来るぞ。
じゃあいたずら書き？
いや、ちょっと待って。なんかどっかで。
ほら、虫じゃん。羽広げてる。
違うって。やっぱりなんかどっかで見た気が。
Is it realistic to be able to see this in a video? How did you notice that? It's so small. No, seriously, that is such a small detail. How would you know that? I mean, I can give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't think she's dumb, but that seems really hard to see.
よはただいま帰った。
Sorry,
待たせて悪かったな。
do you not lock your door, buddy? No, seriously. We're investigating a murder, and you let the door stay open. Okay.
もっと静かに入ってきてよ。
おお、ゲンさん。この前はありがとね。
Oh, again, huh?
この前。
ラブホテルの事件のこと教えてくれたじゃん。
おお、そうだったか。ああ、どうでもいい。事件か、よかったな。タクは新聞記者になりたいんだからな。
Well, I guess. Thank you.
ようはただいま帰ったぞ。なあ、タク、よく聞け。世が世であるために今日はこんなものを手に入れてきた。どこだ？
Okay, so he's made up all these descriptions about himself. Yeah, exactly. This is really ridiculous. What if it's all true, though?
ねえぞ。世の一番大事なものもねえじゃねえか。やべえぞ。正面できねえ。
ちょっとゲンさん、ズボン脱がないでよ。
Wait, what?
Bullshit!
あったぞ、ジョーちゃん。あった。ほれ、見ろ。
見ない。絶対見ない。最低。最低。
Honestly, if you're homeless, this motorhome must be like a godsend. So yeah, he did you a lot of good. Not only that, you have actual electricity in here, man. You can even use the computer. That's seriously wow. Oh, so it was him reciprocating. That makes sense. Well, that's really sweet, actually. Wow.
あ、そうだ、タク、これ見ろ。変わんねえか。
Oh god. More dojins.
What a douche.
大嫌い。ケンさん、大嫌い。
You know, he doesn't have to be so embarrassed. He's just collecting people's magazines, the equivalent of it, and like newspaper articles. And sure, like here and there entertainment articles about freaking like anime. That's fine. There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
いくら?
The homeless would never ever ask you for money. That's the one thing they could never say. They actually create a really interesting structuring of that. Money was either found lying in the ground or learned by working or selling things. It wasn't something other people gave you. Okay, so they want to disassociate themselves from this idea that homeless people are given money, aka they don't earn it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what they're trying to do.
おお、最近よく見んな、それ。
Okay, so back to this. Huh? Sorry, you said something? Hiccup, maybe? Hey, I see that a lot lately, so you understand what this is. Okay.
Just, Ken-san!
これ知ってるの？
野球してえな。
ケンさん、これ見たことあるの？
ああ、なもんお前どこにでもあんだろうよ。これ例えば駅前の。
は？駅前って。
だからこれつうかタク、おめえ前に見せてくれたやつにも映ってんだろ。俺何年前だったか、おめえがカラオケに張り込んでなんかを初めて抑えたとかっつってよ。
He's saying that these stickers, which I'm assuming is the Sumaman stickers, appear at every single murder. Yep. So it's facing directly across where the murder is going to exist. Yeah, it's facing directly across where the murder is going to exist. Because that's a karaoke building. And if you're looking from this section, you're looking at from the room. That's a funky picture. How do you get that picture?
これ力士シールド。
Yeah, these are important details to give to the police. I'm just saying, man.
いや、努力はしたんだよ。
So wherever the figure is facing is where the murder will occur. This is a jump, but I'm thinking yes. Because one, that was facing directly across from the room in which the murder occurred, the karaoke, right? Two, it happened again, where that sticker is facing directly across from where the murder occurred. We don't know for the first two events in which murders occurred. Well, we know for the streaming suicide death. That was the case, because that's what the karaoke thing just proved. We don't know about the singer who died, if there was like a freaking sticker there. But at least for two events out of the three, we do know. Yeah, a sumo wrestler sticker. Really awkward, right? It looks kind of creepy if you put it in very awkward ways. I can show you, but not right now.
クルスか。昨日の帰り際な。危なすぎるから絶対にダメだって言って。
Yeah, she kind of acts like a mom. But honestly, that's kind of what he needs sometimes.
どうして止めてくれなかったんだよ。
だから努力はしたんだよ。黙りなさいって言われて黙ったけど。
そこをなんとかしてさ。
無理言うなよ。お前ならなんとかできたのか?
It feels like how you construct an urban legend horror story. I'm trying to think of how to explain that, but again, it's taking something that you see in everyday life. So, for example, a mirror in your bathroom, or walking along the streets of your neighborhood and the lights flicker, or freaking, I don't know, saying something really stupid in your closet or something. No, that's a little bit... No, hang on, these are very recognizable situations, though, or locations, but you're making something awkward happening in them. I want to say that's the case. That's what's happening here. It feels like it.
無理言うなよ。
So now you have a knock on your door. You have these stickers that look really creepy. You have repeated murders that don't make sense. And you have strange hallucinations that seem to be madly dangerous, to say the least.
Data はハードディスクごと叩き壊されなかっただけ運が良かったんじゃないか?
A tall, slender guy in a business suit. Is Slender Man considered an urban legend horror hybrid? I think so, right? What's his story? His story is something like... I mean, I know what he is, but I don't know what's technically his background story. He was made in YouTube videos, I remember correctly. It's a really well done construction of a monster, if you ask me. Yeah, he's a modern urban legend. So constructing something like that is actually really cool. But I'm not sure he's originally a creepypasta. Can you explain as best as you can what he does? I played the game, so I have an idea, right? But I don't understand what his purpose. Is he pure random force? Is he there to like sell you freaking business suits or something? Hey Edie, how you doing? And photos of children, okay.
尾上、さっきから何プリントアウトして。
はい、これ。
Interesting.
どうしたんだこれ。
状況たるもの、データのバックアップは常に取れってタクいつも言ってるじゃん。というかタクだって取ってるでしょ。ポケコンからだとなぜか画質が少し落ちるんだよね。サーバーにもう一回上げ直して。
ちょっと待った。
お、画質これでいいの？
Excuse me, what time is it right now? 4:28 in the morning, wow.
そうじゃなくて、 いや、画質はこれでいいんだけど、サーバーに上げるのはちょっと待ってくれ。
二人とものんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだよ。のんちゃん優しいよ。ねえ、花ちゃん。
I think my favorite character is probably Seneca right now. Hana's like a somewhere there in my tier list, I guess.
ほらね。
I wonder if there's any other modern day urban legends that have been interestingly constructed. Because I'm curious
そりゃ尾
how
上や和樹は副部長に可愛がられてるけどさ。
I'm curious how you write that correctly.
あ、渋谷のクレープ屋台一緒にコンプリートしたんだよ。のんちゃん甘いものに詳しいんだ。それにどっちみちのんちゃんにはバレると思うよ。大丈夫だよ。話せば分かってくれるよ。
Whoops.
それから
I wish it didn't have an L1 button. Should be this one. Am I still in chapter 1? Seriously? Wow, this game is long. Okay, we're talking about Karusu. Let's go positive.
Yoshi, これから賄賂を買いに行こう。尾上、クルスが好きなスイーツ店の上位3つを教えてくれ。
オッケー。買いに行くなら私も行きたい。
You know, the main character is supposed to be the same voice actress as Kirito, but I can't tell. Maybe a good thing. No, he really exploded from that role, though, so I'm happy for him.
というわけで、これ、クルスにプレゼント。
I can't tell. It doesn't sound similar to me. Maybe I don't really watch many shows of him as a voice actor, though.
X サンクスのパンケーキ？
そうだけど。
I mean, here's the thing. Being blatantly obvious with a bribe is not a good way to go about it. Say like, here, I want to apologize to you, so I got you this. But I wanted to say this. Right? That would be a better way to approach it.
あそこ、いつも並んでいるからなかなか手に入らないのに。
Excuse me.
私にくれるの？本当に？
うん。いつも迷惑かけてるし。
タクルがこういうプレゼントをくれるなんて珍しいね。
Well, I don't know. Oddly enough, there was a lot to talk about in the first chapter of this game, which is partly because I think the game is well written, but also partly because you have to discuss elements that are considered subjective in this game, and it brought up a lot of topics.
ありがとう。すごく嬉しい。
あ、うん。
あれおか
え、なんで
Wow, what a line, hang on.
え、なんでなんでなんでなんでなんでなんで
ごめんね。こんな幸せあるんだなって思って。
なんで
変だよね、こんなことで泣いちゃうなんて。
なんで
でも本当に嬉しかったの。ありがとうね、タクル。よかったら半分こしない？いいでしょ？
よし、わかった。
Are you gonna go through with it?
いいのか?
Yeah, why not? You just have to approach it the correct way. Honestly, I don't think he's gonna be doing that well, but something. The key thing, though, is if you do this, don't make it feel like the person you're giving a gift to have the assumption that you're doing this because you think you can buy them off easily. That's not the point.
お前はそんなに勇敢なやつだったか?
It's trying to start a conversation, and you needed a reason to do it, and therefore that's why you did it. And it ideally can transition to you being sincere.
やるときはやるんだよ。ただ、サーバーに上げるのは待ってくれ。慎重を期したい。
I'm just saying, in case you ever go down this route.
OK。
それから、とりあえず今はボードに情報を貼り付けるけれど、まとめ終わったら一旦剥がそう。やるときはやるん。
OK。
ことは。
OK。What? Is there any difference?
OK。
それから、事件のことに関しては、とりあえずクルスに秘密にしよう。それでほとぼりが冷めるまで様子を見つつ、クルスが甘いものでも食べて機嫌がいい時に切り出すんだ。
OK。 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 OK。
I think it's the exact same clip, but I can't tell.
OK。 OK。
Now, this one has a stronger emphasis.
OK。 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 OK。
What? 3 times in a row?
OK。 OK。
じゃねえだろ。ただのヘタレじゃねえか。
OK。 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 OK。
それから、
OK。
ヘタレじゃない。最も成功率の高い方法を弾き出したらこうなるんだ。それをヘタレと呼ぶのはヘタレの定義として。
はいはい、わかったわかった。ほら、尾上、地図貼るからそっち持て。
OK。
4 times in a row.
OK。 OK。
That's different. I can hear the difference in that one.
OK。 OK。 OK。
I think they had her say one line and they auto-tuned it.
OK。 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 OK。
Yeah, I think that's what they did.
説得を考えたらこれが一番確実なんだ。
というか、宮代、マジな話だけどさ。その、大丈夫なのか、事件を追って。
What does daijobu mean? Are you sure it's not?
OK。
だからいずれ説得する。ヘタレじゃないぞ。慎重なんだぞ。
じゃなくて、 お前よっぽどのもん見たんだろ。そのラブホテルで。
大丈夫だよ、問題ない。こんな大きなネタほっとけないだろ。
まあ電話の時点でそうじゃないかとは思ってたけどな。
The Witch in the 100 Night Revival Edition, XCOM 2, Prey, Hack GU, last recode. Which did I buy? I honestly can't recommend The Witch in the 100 Night unless the Revival Edition completely changes certain things in the game. Prey, I don't know what it is. XCOM 2, I know what it is, and it had an update. .hack last recode? I don't know. Do you remember anything about .hack? Yeah, the answer is yes. Then give that a shot, I guess. I don't feel that's a good idea though. It's kind of risky. Yeah, I'll have someone else try to handle that question. Man, I'm disappointed. I see the word okay. You had one job. One job.
Okay.
This is possibly like my favorite scene because of one fucking word.
まず6年前の事件と日付の関連性があるという前提で進めよう。つまり今まで起きた3つの事件を一連のこととして考える。目的や犯人がいるとしたらその正体はともかくとしてな。
ああ、3つ続いた以上はそうだろう。そうじゃなかったらまたその時考えればいい。
Do you want me to set it up?
場所から行くか。1件目の事件、通称こっちみんなは神南で起こったから。で、その遺体の画像が
Don't look at me. I think it was called this one? Yep.
で、その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだから。
That's the red one.
Should
I save here? Like, this could actually be something that if I fuck it up, it ruins the ending or something. I should probably save in the quick load just to be extra safe, you know?
で、その概要が1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2件目に行こう。通称音漏れ炭は深センで起こったから。
leaky noise, which is obviously
で、
the
その遺体の画像
guitar
が
picture.
で、その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから。
You know, actually, is there a connection in terms of the crime they're doing too? Because they stuck a freaking speaker inside her stomach. It's connected to this one, huh?
で、その概要が
Now that I think about it, it might be, because the first one's considered a suicide, and the second one, 6 years ago, was considered a suicide. This one's stuck in her stomach, and there's a pregnant man, same thing here. Okay, let's move slowly.
よし、じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。
Would
場
you
所は道
recommend
玄
Blue
坂のラブホ
Reflection
街だ
even
から
over review? My review, I'm pretty sure, painted it in a very positive manner. Despite how many flaws that game has, if you're able to analyze it for its strengths, then I think it's worth it. Just accept the fact that it's a flawed game.
.で、概要だけど
どうした？大丈夫か？
Teku. Okay.
いや、そうだな。まずは伊藤がまとめてきたのを見せてくれるか。世間ではどういう認識になっているのかを知りたい。発表されていた名前は見たけど。
わかった。ちょっと待ってな。
やっぱサーバーにはあげないんじゃんか。
当たり前だ。殴られるのは嫌だ。
I think it's a little bit too late for the soundboard thing.
だから怖がりすぎだってば。
名前が発表されたのは昨日の夜だ。死んだのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住で更新でアルバイトしていたらしい。
22 years old? That's so young. He does not look like it whatsoever.
更新？
なんで知らないんだ？景気のいいベンチャー企業だよ。
渋谷ニューズの情報通り20代の男性だ。
さすが。そこはチェックしてるか。
つーか20代って言及したのは事件のあった日のネトラジ放送だぞ。まだその段階ではどの媒体も男性の変死体が発見されたとしか発表してなかったのに。ったくどうやって調べてるんだか。死因は首吊りによる窒息死。地上のもつれからの自殺と断定された。
Do you think Kay has access to the security cameras and that's how she figures out these details?
Eh?
Yeah, but at the same time, again, the police are so behind on using the security cameras to determine things. At least that's what I think. These people have to walk a certain way.
自殺と断定されたのか？
ああ、警察はそう発表した。あと出ている情報といえば、まあ死んだ柿田が優秀だったってことくらいか。出来高のアルバイトで驚くほど稼いでいたらしい。
I mean, if you want a hard recommendation from me, I would recommend you play Rose in the Old Castle of Twilight. It's the localized version is a Rose in the Twilight. I'm not sure if you watched me play that game, but if you didn't, perfect. Play that game. That's one of the recommendations for how you would play a game with absolutely no dialogue, and for some reason it constructs a story that's really amazing. Super simple, but you care about the characters a lot. Also very artistic. Hopefully you like platforming and puzzles.
地上のもつれってその相手は
Okay. What's happening here? The cause of death was strangulation due to hanging. They decided it was a suicide after the romantic quarrel. Fucking bullshit! The way he was hanged, there's no way he could do that to himself. And he was twisting on the fucking bed. That's the dumbest deduction of what's happening there. Okay. Yeah, as the cops said, the only other information they came out with was that he was pretty good at his job. He made a surprising amount of a commissioned sales job. No, seriously, there's a lot of ways you can kill yourself, but he was strapped to multiple... He was strapped to multiple... There was a bunch of things, ropes to his neck. And he was spinning on that bed to a tune, slowly. Why would you slow kill yourself?
あ、いや、地上って言うなら交際していた相手がいたはずだろ。
Because that was emphasizing suffering for sure.
ああ、なるほどな。いや、それに関しては何もないな。
目撃者は？
発見したのはホテルの従業員だけど、それ以外には何も。もちろんお前らのことも出てない。
Man, are the police in this freaking story incompetent as well? It's getting kind of exhausting. The wholesale staff were the ones that found him, but nothing else was said, of course. There's nothing about you two either. Okay. Could be a fake analysis that's being told to the news right now. Yeah, exactly. Why not mention her?
未成年による配慮。
どうした？
説明する。ラブホの事件の遺体の仮装は
Game, please. Go down. Thank you.
これは？
ラブホの現場で撮った画像だ。
撮ったのか？
正確には録画した映像を切り取ってプリントアウトしたやつだ。警察に消される前に尾上が個人のストレージに上げておいてくれた。
マジかよ。やばいだろこれ。どこにも出てねえぞ。なんだ、座ったまま首を。ワイヤーかこれ。なんだよこれ。おい、一体何があったんだ？ 現場にいた女に部屋に入ろうとしていた誰か。でもその女はともかく誰かが部屋に入ろうとしていた形跡はなかったんだろ？
That Twilight game is on sale on PSN right now? It's on the PS Vita. If you own a PS Vita TV or a PS Vita, I highly recommend you buy that game. That goes to anyone in the chat. It's a really well done game. It's the best game made by the developers of Yomawari 1 and 2, the Firefly Diaries. It's pretty impressive.
ノックの音が聞こえたんだ。それは映像にも音声として残ってる。
音だろ？誰かがドアの向こうにいてドアを叩いたという証明じゃない。
I think he means a rose in the twilight. And the Tokyo game you're talking about is probably a Tokyo Dark. I heard the knocking and I had the sound on my video.
いや、理屈で考えればそうだけど、それに確かにあれは誰かがドアを。
理屈で考えればって一番らしくない言葉だぞ。理屈のみで考えなければいけないってのが理屈バカのお前だろう。はっきりしてるところから行こうぜ。だろ？
その通りといえばそうなんだよな。
で、現場にいた女か。あ、だから交際相手を気にしてたのか。
女っていうより女の子かな。
女の子？
あの子きっとそんなに私と年変わらないよ。それに上ってこともないと思う。同じか 1,2 個下くらいじゃない？
そうかな。でもその女の子のことに触れている情報はなかったんだろう。
ああ、ゴシップ誌から新聞社の正式な発表、まとめウィキまで全部覗いたけど、そんな情報はなかった。
だとすればやっぱりこっちから追うしかないか。
別の手がかりがあるのか？
映像を見返して気づいたことがあるんだ。ちゃんとした理屈だ。なんせちゃんとした証拠があるからな。
小さい男だな。
昨日作った綺麗に写ってる例のシールの画像はこれなんだかわかるか？
見覚えあるな。なんだっけな。そう、力士シールだろ？
うん、そう呼ばれてる。何の目的で貼られてるかわからない謎のシール。
I'm really curious who's putting up those stickers too.
期限は諸説あるけど、ネットで騒がれ出したのは2007年頃。目的はいろいろ噂されてる。単なるいたずら説はもちろんだけど、タギング説とか宗教による結界説だとか。
Tagging? The act of painting the mark of an individual or symbol on a wall on a public property. Marks painted in this way are called tags. So like jet set radio tagging. Sometimes considered a kind of street art, since the vast majority of taggers don't get permission for their work. Tagging is often a crime. Yeah.
変わったとこだと本当に力士の人が自分の顔を貼っている説ってのもある。でもこれは違うと僕は思っていて、 そもそも力士シールなんて呼ばれてはいるけれど、それは単に太っている顔だからっていうだけの理由で誰かがそう言い出したことで、力士をモデルにしたなんてことは確たる証拠として。
ちょっとストップ。いや、それが何だっつんだ？そのシールと事件と何か関係あんのか？
わからない。
は？
まだわからないんだ。でもな、こっちみんなの現場付近にあった力士シールは、これ、この前お前に見せた画像を拡大したやつ。こっちみんなの現場を撮りに僕が行ったカラオケボックスの外壁部分。
力士シールか？
うん、多少ぼやけてるけど間違いない。
おい、まさか。
ああ、ラブホの現場にもあったんだよ。やっぱり現場が見える位置に。
じゃああれか、おともれたんもか？
いや、それもまだわからない。昨日調べたんだけど、少なくとも今まで撮った現場周りの画像には映ってなかった。でも
Do you think there's any chance that the stickers are more than just tagging? Besides tagging a location where someone's going to die, do you think they have any type of property on them?
2つ続いた偶然にかけてみるのはありだって今回証明されただろ。
I don't know, like hallucinogenic properties. I don't think so, but it's an idea.
ちなみにラブホテルの事件と同じ日付の6年前の事件は貼り付けだから。
Well, crucified's obvious. Let's hear. I even remember it too. This was a rather famous scene in Chaos Head.
今のところ日付はともかく事件の内容に関しては6年前とそこまでリンクしてないように思える。
I wonder if these events are spaced in a very specific way. I can't tell it just yet.
集団ダイブと同じ日付のこっちみんなは被害者は1人だし、それにまだ自殺と決まっているわけではないし、妊娠男と同じ日付のおともれたんは腹部に異物を埋め込んだっていう点は一緒だけど、そもそも被害者は女性だ。貼り付けとラブホの事件は目立った共通点は見つからない。だから他に事件を追う線がない以上、力士シールからもう一度事件を探ってみるのもありだと思う。現状の情報の整理はこんなものか。
コーヒー飲む人。
Well, hang on. Let's take a step back here. So let's say that all these crimes are committed in similar ways as well, right? So we have the recent event that happened, so the Love Crime Hotel thing, which a guy was essentially hung by ropes and choked to death because of the spinning that would you say that is similar enough to the crucifixion of a guy hung up on a wall? Because it's not exactly that his entire body was hung up in the Love Hotel scene. It was just his neck that was being strung up and twisted around in circles. Is that good enough? Also, the thing that confused me was, why was the police officer at the hotel on a different floor than we were? Because remember how I said that was really peculiar? That there was a police officer blocking off a certain door and he was calling for backup? Because normally, wouldn't you be blocking off the door in which the murder occurred? aka on the 3rd floor. So that makes me think that something else happened in that hotel, or I just confused the fact that the police officer was... No, that makes zero sense. Why would the police officer be on a different floor of the murder? Wouldn't he be trying to quarantine that area? Hey, don't get in here, dude. Right? So something happened on a different floor, and they haven't figured that out yet. I mean, the police officer could have been really bad, but that's incredibly stupid. If there was only one murder that happened in that hotel, the fact that he was not there, blocking that off, makes very little sense to me. Also, how they were approaching it, it seemed like this was the first time they saw what happened in this particular room, and they were investigating it and stuff like that. So I still think that there's two things that happened in that hotel, and we don't know what the hell it is yet. That, or it's bad writing. That, or it's a stupid as fuck police officer. So I don't know. I can't confirm that. But it's really confusing to me that we're walking into the hotel on the ground floor. We see the police officer blocking off an area and says, "Don't go in and don't leave your rooms," right? And he's not on the correct floor. If he's not on the correct floor, there's only one murder. What the hell is he doing? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the guy who wrote this wouldn't like just screw that up. That's too obvious of a mess up. So there has to have been two things that happened at the hotel. What else happened there? You know what's most likely? Is that was his girlfriend. Right? Because the guy who went into the hotel was 22, right? And, I mean, while it is possible that he could have been going to the hotel of a high school student, it is possible, right? It doesn't seem to be the case. It's probably what happened was on the 3rd floor was the guy, and on whatever the ground floor was the woman, for some reason. And so the murderer put the guy into the 3rd floor and killed the girl on the bottom floor. That is my guess. But there were two cops, weren't there? The one in the room who was against the broken mirror. You're right. So, let's say it goes like this then. The murder happens. The police officer comes and investigates. He sees on the bottom floor that something happened. And on the top floor, when they were investigating, they found out, hey, this room had happened a murder too. Bob, you handle the 3rd floor, I'll handle the bottom floor, call for backup. And then somehow the guy who sees the top 3rd floor gets choked out by the girl. I think that's actually what happens. That makes a lot more sense now. But anyway, the bottom floor is something happened there, and we don't know what it is. The other went to call for backup. Maybe? But anyway, I'm under the impression something else happened at the hotel. But if the story skips to that and we don't go back to that, then okay, I guess.
いいよ、花ちゃん。いつもお茶組やってくれてるでしょ？
おのえ、大丈夫だって。せっかく用意してくれるんだから。
でも。
Okay, wow. I was under the impression that the main character didn't want to make the gamer girl not like feel bad about making coffee for people, but that was not the case. It's just Circa sucks at cooking apparently. The guy said there was a pair of cops investigating, and Tweedledum decided to leave the scene to call it in. Strange. I mean, if that's what happened, then yeah, that police officer's a moron. In which case, there's only one death there. But again, what happened to the girlfriend? Unless she made it out somehow, I don't know. Yeah, but that's super stupid though for the police officer, man. Unless he went down to say, hey guys, don't leave your rooms, next floor, don't leave your rooms, etc. Repeat. That could have been it. Maybe.
なあ、そのホテルの現場で録画した映像ってまだ残ってるんだろ？
まあな、僕のポケコンとスマホに入ってる。それ以外は危ないから削除したけど。
見せてくれ。警察から口止めされてるのか？
うん。いや、でも気にしてるのはそこじゃない。だいたいお前にはもう何があったか喋ってるし、なんていうか、これを見ちゃうと。
こうだろ。見せてくれ。
Well, they sprung that one. When you learned a hidden secret, it changed you, just like when I learned about my parents. As in their deaths, or when you learned about who they were. Their deaths wouldn't really be a secret, though, so it must be something else.
お前らは直接見てきたもんなんだろう。俺も見ておきたい。
わかった。
じゃあ PC モニターで見ようよ。大きい方が見やすいでしょ。
I guess the officer didn't want to cuff her because she was unconscious, and maybe that would be considered rude, but also dangerous. She could actually be a suspect. I'm not sure how I would handle it, and I'm not sure what the procedures are for Japanese police officers. I understand trying to secure people from leaving the building, but the very first thing, and then immediately you have to do after securing that, is you rush up again to make sure your partner's okay, or you stay in contact with like a walkie-talkie or something, man. The fact that he got choked out while he was trying to do what the other guy was trying to warn other people in the building is a failure of communication. So yeah, that's a problem.
しんちゃんは部員だよ。見ないと。
だな。よし。じゃあ一時的にデスクトップにコピーしよう。今ブラウザ閉じて。あ、
おい。
やばい。おい、見ろこれ。
何この動画。
わかんねえ。今いきなりまとめウィキに貼られた。
ん？That's an interesting video. From outside, huh? I couldn't see her face, but was that the girl? Sorry. The curtains opened and the man appeared. There was no mistaking it. It was the room in the Love Hotel. The man must have been Kakita. I couldn't see her face, but was that the girl? What? I don't see the body to indicate that.
おい、 おい。
Okay. Yeah, I don't see why he would think. Huh? This curtain's opened and the man appeared. There was no mistaking it. It was the room in the level hotel. The man must have been Kakita. I couldn't see her face, but was that the girl? What? It had to be. Her clothes match what I remembered. I don't see anything that would in the video that shows me the girl. Period. Huh? Did I? Did you see anything at all in that video that would clearly indicate the girl? What was she? Was her face somewhere in that picture? Was her clothing or hair? Anything? I didn't see it.
おい、宮代。
あ、ごめん。
なんだこれ。お前が撮ったのか。
Do you think, by any chance, the stickers are cameras? That'd be kind of interesting. Also, really awkward. It means that they're looking at you.
そんなわけないだろ。僕は部屋の中にいたんだ。
じゃあ、なんだよこれ。
知らないって。僕にわかるわけ。
Is he gonna puke? Are you okay?
なんだよ。
ストップ。落ち着こう。タク、しんちゃん。喧嘩はダメだよ。
Okay. It kind of would make sense, yeah.
痛いって。
落ち着いた？もう怒鳴らない？喧嘩しない？
水かい。
だって二人とも怒鳴るんだもん。
だからってお前な。
喧嘩はダメ。今にも殴りかかりそうだったよ。
Man, the voice actress for her must have been paid the big bucks. How do you feel? Do you think that she makes tons of money?
あれだな。将来友達を叩いちゃいけませんって言いながら自分の子供を叩くタイプだな。
ねえ、なんだろうね、これ。
Yeah, I know, it is a type of okay, which is kind of funny.
外から撮影したものだよな。
あの現場に間違いないのか？
多分遺体の状況もあのままだったと思う。
くそ、何なんだ？
ねえ、保存しておいた方がよくない？
Before it gets taken down, I think so.
ああ、そうだな。こんなもんいつ消されるかわかんねえ。
Also, who put it up there? You would need to immediately search that. Like ASAP if you have the possibility of doing that. Because, you know, how would the person get that video? if it's the first upload, wouldn't that be the person who freaking has access to the stickers?
単にいたずらとかじゃないよね。
これを取った人間は、いや、誰が貼り付けた？
ハッカーじゃないからな。俺ら素人レベルで分かるとしても IP アドレスくらいだろ。個人の特定まで行き着くのは無理だよ。
だよな。
おい、ついでた見ちゃおうぜ。お前がラブホテルで撮った動画だよ。さっきの映像を見ちゃった後だ。もうどうにでもなれだ。
The video took at the Love Hotel. Oh, you want me to show it? Okay.
間近で撮ってるから相当だぞ。
しんちゃん、本当に？
ああ、多分な。文化系だったような。
Are you talking about the girl who has the pretty eyes?
そんなことあるのか？
んだよ、マジだって。こいつ知ってるぞ。
Super pretty eyes. She looks like a vampire, you're right. What a cutie! Oh, she's Halasena in GPF? Wow, that's impressive. I like that character a lot. She's so cute.
部会で見かけた気がするんだよ。わかんねえぞ。うちみたいに部長が大勢の人の前で喋るのが苦手で、副部長が部会の議長だから、ただの部員である俺が出ているところもあるんだからな。
苦手じゃない。ただなんていうか。
She's a vampire. I mean, that's a good joke, maybe. It makes sense. She can't be captured in the video. Wait, no, that's a video though. Whatever. What? We can't see her in the reflection of the mirror. Vampire.
なんて言う。
いいだろ別に。というかどこに行くつもりなんだよ。
Hey, morning.
なんで？
部活紹介とかの書類が写真付きで置いてあるんだよ。校内中探すよりいいだろ。
Oh, excuse me.
バカ。もしクルスがいたらどうするんだよ。
それはお前がなんとかごまかせよ。
だからそれができるくらいだったら最初から。
入りまーす。
Why would they use that sound effect for something that's not so creepy at all? Look at her, man. She's the sweetest angel I've ever seen. See? Hella cute. Also, she has white ribbons instead of black ones? Yeah, what happened? Oops.
タクル？あなたたちもどうしたの全員で。
Okay, positive it is.
あ、いや。
何ほうけてるのあなたたち。
Well, obviously we recognize each other. We were in the same room of the murder.
あ、
Unless she has a twin.
はじめまして。私、クルスノノの妹です。
What?
妹？
嘘だ。クルスに妹がいるなんて話聞いたことが。
渋谷地震の時に生き別れになっていたの。私自身妹はもう死んじゃったんだって諦めていたんだけど。
Okay.
まさかこうして再会できるなんて、本当に奇跡ってあるのね。
あなたが宮代タクルさんですか？
うん、そうだけど。
じゃあ私にとってはお兄ちゃんですね。
No.
なんだと？
そうなの？だってタクルさんはお姉ちゃんにとって弟同然なんでしょ？
なんだと？
タクル、仲良くしてあげて。
よろしくお願いします、お兄ちゃん。
No. This guy.
のんちゃん、知り合いなの？
タクル？
あ、
あ、いや。
やっと見つけた。見つけましたよ。
A butterfly knife.
Just a quick bullshit. 宮代タクル、死ねよ、お前。
Dude, in public? No way. Look, there's too many people watching you right now. Damn, 3 cute 5 me.
バイバイ。のんちゃん、知り合いなの？
Let's go neutral.
タクル？
あ、いや。
あ、の
んちゃん、知り合いなの？
ええ、後輩。2年生で文芸部部長の有村ひなえさん。
Okay, so she doesn't have a twin. It just happens to be that her bows are just a different color. It's not black anymore. It's just white.
どうもです。
I did not expect her to be so chipper. That's something really awkward. She did no talking whatsoever in that investigation scene. Which leads me to believe... Evil twin? Yeah, I knew it. It all made sense. What happened was she had an evil twin. She's the murderer. She's the one causing all the problems. Thank you. I solved the case. Okay. But in seriousness, she's not acting at all how she was in the interrogation.
クルス先輩のお友達ですか？
ええ。そっちが新聞部部員で3年の伊藤真二君。同じく部員で2年の尾上セリカ。で、それが部長で3年の宮代拓。身の程を知らない私の愚弟。
Man, Dahlia Hawthorne, innocent. Celestia, innocent. This girl, hella sus.
弟さんですか？でも名字が。
養護施設のね。
へえ、血がつながってない兄弟。なんかいやらしいですね。
No, please.
小説とかと一緒にしないでちょうだい。
What time is it? 5:31 in the fucking morning. Oh, God.
何してるんですか？いや、
タクル？タクル？
いや、いや、
有村さんは何しにここに来たんですか？クルス先輩に文化祭のことで話があったんだよ。てか同学年なんだから敬語いらないよ。まあいっか。じゃあ私はこれで。クルス先輩すいませんでした。
事情があるなら仕方ないでしょう。文芸部は文化祭に参加できないと話は通しておくから。でも
What's with this creepy ass music playing for something super neutral? Sort of.
どうしても事情は言えないのね。
Okay.
痛いけな乙女の秘密ということで何卒。
了解。でも来年はフォローできないからね。
はい、ありがとうございました。
有村さん？有村さん？
はい。びっくりした。元気ですね。
ごめんなさい。
いえ、別にいいんですけど。
大声すいませんでした。いや、じゃなくて、ですね。
Okay, first we should talk to her more in private because this is extremely relevant and personal conversation. Also, she's listening, Kurusu. Get the... And she doesn't want you to do this, so... Buddy, find the timing. Oh wow, another one? That's fast.
ホテル？
何してたんですか？あのホテルで。
有村さん？気になります？
そりゃ。
だったら今度二人で一緒に行きましょう。
What a douche.
え？
何？なんて言ったの？私と宮代先輩だけの秘密です。
Okay, that's kind of boring.
ホテル？
何してたんですか？
有村さん？はあ、はいはい、白状しますよ。親父狩りしてました。
Just do it quick, LOL.
わかります？親父狩り。私が街を歩いてるおっさんに1回1万円って言って声かけるんです。
That's $100? $10,000. Yeah, $100.
で、ホテル行ったら先にシャワー浴びてよって頼むわけっすよ。そしたらその間に仲間を部屋に誘導する。あとはすっぱだかのおっさんを縛って写メで取ってから財布に入ってるお金を全部抜き取って終了。向こうは後ろめたいことしてるわけだから警察にも言えずに泣き寝入り。完全犯罪の成立です。でもよりによってこないだのおっさんは抵抗してきたんですよ。ムカついたんでぶっ殺しちゃいました。ちなみに皆さんの顔と名前全部覚えちゃいましたんで、夜道を歩くときは気をつけてくださいね。私の仲間がご挨拶に行くかも。
What a character! I like that version. Let's go.
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？部屋に入ったのはあなたですか？
そうだよ。
そうですか。
Yeah. That's some information that might get a little bit scary later on.
それでホテルで
部屋のドアが勝手に開いて、それで入れたそうですね。それは本当ですか？
Yep. Oh. Remember that flashback we had with the person in the prickly costume? And I was kind of joking about how it was kind of like a straight suit, straight. You know what I'm talking about, where you put them in a straight outfit and they're stuck, right? But it had prickly outfits. The person had purple hair, and the only person that I recognize who has purple hair is Serika. So we're making jokes, or we're being serious here, which is the possibility of actual, I don't know, ESP, right? That's not too beyond the measure of this game. Could she unlock a door? Yeah, but that's still putting Serica as a possible potential murderer. She unlocked the... Okay, well, she unlocked the door, but she didn't cause the knocking. But at the same time, here's the thing, though. If the door was really locked, couldn't she just force it open with her own ESP? That's a real stretch here, man. But anyway, we saw a lab scene, and someone was very evidently being experimented on.
本当だよ。勝手に内側から。
そうですか。有村さん、何かあなた。じゃあ失礼します。
Creepy. She didn't really answer anything. She just got information from me.
ちょっとですから。
It's true. It opened inside. I see. Okay, so she's getting information from that, and I'm not.
ああ、敬語いらないですよ。それに呼び捨てでいいです。後輩じゃないですか。それから。あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
That's kind of hot.
Just do it quick, LOL.
Who put this on Hachiko? You mean the freaking dog statue, really? October 2nd to 2015, Friday. Okay. The next murder happens when? I think 10/10, if I remember correctly.
What どういうことなんだ。
Okay, so now I have to figure out how trustworthy is this secret agent that is essentially giving him advice on how to handle this character.
「何も覚えていません」
I mean, that's a possibility. Also, he's getting very close to finding out too much information. So if I were the killer, I would certainly target him. Hell, maybe ideally 2 in one go, you know? I could kill him at the correct date at the right time and just, you know, get one job done and solve a problem. Good to go. Social safety section? Why is it called that? Crimes involving minors, particularly drug crimes and cyber crimes. Okay, so drug crimes and cyber crimes. Social safety. Drugs harm society, social, I guess. Cyber, maybe? Okay, so he's able to look at things in another way that allow him to solve the case.
これじゃあ百瀬さんの言った通りじゃないか。百瀬さんが言うには特徴のあるやつだからすぐにわかるって話だったが。
ちょっと待ちなさい！こら！
Oh. Kind of generic design, if you ask me. That's actually kind of the most disappointing one.
Seifuku? それにあれは確か。君が久野里さんかな。
Yeah. I leave it to you all. So, you don't need my confirmation.
Huh? Best English.
There's no time to waste, as you know. Here. Yeah.
I mean, at least she's saying correctly, but it doesn't sound natural.
Well, I gotta nurse this damn cop. Okay. Later, Chris.
All right, Wesker.
久野里さんかな。百瀬さんのことだからどんな人が来ても構わないつもりでいたんだが、若い女の子を入れるわけには。
こんな非常識が蔓延している現場で常識的なことを言うな。それが邪魔だと言われなかったわ。
こちらが間抜けな警官だろうが指示には従ってもらう。今すぐに。
Sorry, you understood English? I wasn't aware of that. Good for you.
世間の連中は死体はみんな死んでると思ってる。
は？
英語を聞き取れる耳は持っていてもビンチャーは見てないのか。
Okay.
何してんだ。
あんたらは現場は事件が起きた空間だけだと思ってるのかって言ってるんだ。
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
なんだこれは。
ついさっきウェブに貼られた動画だ。
窓の外からか。
The fact that he wasn't notified about that early on actually does kind of make him seem incompetent. I mean, students found that first. Like, seriously?
Wait! 地球鑑識を呼んで隣の建物の入り口を封鎖しろ。それからこの映像の出所を。
映像はともかく建物からはおそらく何も出ないぞ。外壁にカメラなど。
え？
入り口にあった監視カメラの映像をコピーしてうちで洗っているが、出てもらっちゃ困るんだよ。
それを調べていて遅れたのか。
現場保全を優先しろ。この動画は貼られた直後にアットちゃんに飛び火した。貼られてから40分強経過している。すでに5000人以上がこの動画にアクセスしてるんだ。その中に事件にへばりついている下のマスコミの関係者がいないと。
待て、勝手に。
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。この動画についてコメントを。
This visual novel continually displays law enforcement as incredibly incompetent.
カイアミテレビです。お聞きしたいことが。
I mean, that's one way to make things seem scary. Just have no force of, like, security actually mean anything.
出ていけ、ほらな。
くそ、またあのネット記者か。
Yeah, it's a Japanese visual novel.
捜査一課の方ですか？動画をご覧に。
許可なく入らないでください。コメントすることはありません。
Like, they let the media storm into this hotel? Are you kidding me?
押すんじゃない。
ご覧になったんですか？なっていないんですか？
Also, like, for them not to be on top of videos being released also seems extremely incompetent. And then the fact that it's just a freaking... They could get like outright beaten by the internet. Which, like, I understand, like, the concept of how the visual novel is saying, like, the internet picks up speed on news faster than, like, TV outlets. in this world nowadays, but like, wow. Like super basic things that you should check out already. Camera feeds. I would even break down the door, in all honesty, to check out extra information. Things like that, man. Or how did you not notice? Well, maybe even before that, like how the police handled the murder when they first saw it. I'm like, okay. And then, are they even on the right track right now? Have they been like updated with the fact that, you know, these murders are occurring in such a way that it seems to be copycatting the murders of 6 years? Are they still like not on the same page? You would find that just by looking on the internet. That's super basic, actually.
なあ、気分はどうだ？目撃者がいるとすれば、お前だけだろう。
Oh. October 2nd, 2015, Friday. Dragging her leg? It's like the singer. This is a really peculiar combination. Okay. Interesting.
が発見された事件で、その現場を映したと思われる映像がインターネット上に出回っており。
So if those things act as cameras, that's a really safe place. As in, you know, if they're actually cameras, I would be able to see if you're walking in or not. Safe for the murderer. Oh, the save screen is actually those the sumo wrestler faces. I just realized that. Okay, anyway, it's 6 in the morning. And I am pretty damn tired. But that said, I hope you enjoyed the stream. It was fun commentating and talking about my thoughts. So if you want to know when the stream happens again, I highly recommend that you follow us on our Twitter account. I'll just put that in there for your convenience. Twitter.com/FinestKO. And you can follow me personally at Twitter.com/VasedCoopa. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm really tired. I'll do it tomorrow or something, whenever I'm ready. Also, we have a Discord that you can follow if you want to know when streams happen or events begin. I'll also be hosting Discord-specific events on our Discord. So, here it is. Anyway, hopefully more people will pop by when I do these things. It's gonna be a little bit hard though. If I'm a bit behind or they are behind on watching the stream, then it's kind of hard to obviously catch up, but hopefully everything works well. Ew, Dr. Vector, thank you so much for resubscribing. $9.99, a double sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream as well, man. Okay, so most likely what's going to happen is I'm going to be busy working on my article when I wake up. So if I finish my article today, which is the goal, I'll try to stream more Chaos Child. And then I'll probably go back to Yomawari. But I'm enjoying Chaos Child, actually. And it's fun talking about my thoughts. So it seems for the most part I will continue streaming this game, just offhandedly. Alright, I'll see you later, Miss Kai. And see everyone. Have a good night.